Honorable members, at the suspension, we were debating the smuggling of migrants bill. I presume we are now ready with the honorable member for Fox Hill on the floor.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I had thought that my days of interventions in the House of Assembly were actually done for this term because I'm busy trying to get re-elected in Fox Hill. But so I feel very much like Michael Corleone in the movie The Godfather. Every time I'm out, you drag me back in. So I hope to make some contribution to elucidating this debate on some of the issues which have arisen within it. Today is Cuba CARICOM Day, which marks the 54th anniversary of the signature of 4 then CARICOM countries, Jamaica, Trinidad, Guyana, and Barbados, to recognize the government of Fidel Castro as it then was. And this was quite a step in those days. The Bahamas actually signed diplomatic relations with Cuba in 1974, a year later. So it's 51 years for us and 54 years for CARICOM. And there was a proclamation statement made today to mark the day. The Cubans have been good friends of the CARICOM region, and we wish them and their people well on this day. And I start off there because when Lyndon Pindling accepted our membership in the United Nations, his creed was friends of all, enemies of none. We have 3 countries that border us. Cuba is one of them to the west, the United States to the north, and the Turks and Caicos Islands, the British, to the south. And I'm pleased to say, on behalf of our country, that we have good relations with all of those countries. And we have to manage the relationships because some of those countries, or say one of those countries, doesn't like the other country, and so we are tiptoeing through the tulips on some of these issues. And I say that even though our interests between our major trading partner and our those interests are similar, they're not exactly the same. Some things have different views. I do want to say, coming out of the debate, I want to assure people, I indicated that, the speaker opposite indicated that the immigration system is broken. Sure, the immigration system is not broken. I say it again, the immigration system of this country is not broken. It functions well, it functions adequately, and the people who work in it do a good job in enforcing the immigration laws of the country. I can say that without fear of contradiction. My concern about this, though, is not so much this bill itself. My concern is about the narrative, because the bill, there's nothing really exceptional or extraordinary about this. We signed a treaty, an agreement, and the provisions of the treaty are being domesticated into our legislation so that it can be enforceable. So it's not really a big deal. It's a nothing burger, this noise being made about this. And our opponents are good at this narrative. They are experts in serial prevarications about what they want in terms of getting political power. Serial prevarications. The one that one most remembers is just before the campaign leading up to the 2017 election, where the question was asked, where's the VAT money? Mm-hmm. And the innuendo was that somehow the Progressive Liberal Party was engaged in stealing that money. only to have the then chairman, after the election, come back and say, well, we knew they didn't steal the money, but we said it anyway. And that's their pattern to get political power. And we're facing a general election.
The chair recognizes the Honorable Marco City.
Use that statement if it was made. I certainly didn't hear anyone make that kind of statement. So I'd be interested in him verifying that occurred or withdraw it. But I do not believe I don't believe anyone made that statement. I certainly do not remember it.
Statement. That's what he said. Right. And then, so we face a general election, and so the question will shortly be put to the country again. And so here you have this pattern of serial prevarications starting again. So that here we are. Opponents are experts at making a mountain out of a molehill and making truths untruths and engaging in bait and switch. Last week, when dealing with passports, we had another example of that. And I try always, Madam Speaker, to appeal to the better nature, but it turns out better nature in that group is in short supply. So, as I said, we have these neighbors, and we have obligations to these neighbors, Madam Speaker. We have an obligation to all of them. We have international treaties and agreements, and we operate within the CARICOM context, and we have, of course, a relationship with the United States and the British. So we're 50 miles away from the United States, and right now they're going through a difficult period in their public policy, and we are seeking to negotiate and navigate our way by keeping our heads down to ensure that our citizens will continue to enjoy access to the United States without let or hindrance. Instead of supporting our efforts, you have a series of opposition bad actors who insist on serial prevarications about what this bill is not. The bill is not about citizenship or special rights, although it is about human rights. And I also note in this direction the Universal Declaration of Human Rights, which says that you have a right to leave your country, signed in 1945 by those then members of the United Nations, and we subsequently signed on to it in 1973, that you have a right to leave your country and return to your country. And the corollary of that is you have a right to enter another country, provided you do so lawfully. And that's the case of all countries. And I see these arguments being advanced in the current incarnations about that you have a privilege to go to another country. Before the modern states existed, nobody concerned themselves about visas and immigration laws. The Tainos, they left the south of the Caribbean and they came up here. No one was here, so they occupied the Bahamas. And, you know, things have simply changed since that time, and we now have nation states, and we have these rules and all the rest of it. But migration is a feature of mankind. We're always on the move, going someplace else and returning and going someplace else. That's the way life is. And what you hope is, and what the expectation is, that this is done lawfully. And I say to people, all the countries in this hemisphere are easy to migrate to once you follow the laws. No issue. And particularly in our country, where the statistics have shown us, notwithstanding the din otherwise, that there is a shortage of skilled labor. And right now, we collect about $150 million US every year from work permit fees. And those are people who come here and they work and they provide a skill and they build the country. And there's a lot of prejudice, unfortunately, which exists for a certain nationality. God only knows why, because these people have helped to build up the country. And I say that those who attack these people ought to be really careful, because they will almost certainly lose the general election by doing so. Such is the case. So we must be careful in our own language and our own support about this stuff. And you know, turned on my television set about a year, maybe 2 years ago, and I found somebody that I knew from one of our islands sitting on a dock being arrested by American authorities for smuggling human beings into the States. I swear I must fell off my chair. Because I cannot understand, after all the news about this, about why we should not be involved in this stuff, why this continues to happen. Last night, I received news as foreign minister of 2 Bahamians who are being held on a U.S. Coast Guard ship 16 miles off the coast of Cuba, found with drugs on a boat in international waters. And decisions now being made whether they go to the States or whether they're going to come here. But it's a lesson which people just don't seem to learn or to inwardly digest. And the difficulty is that immigration policy in the great nation to the north is subjective in nature. And when you start making wild comments about the passports and wild comments about this one is corrupt and the next one is corrupt, you're putting all citizens of the Commonwealth of the Bahamas, including yourself, at risk of not going to a country that everybody in this country wants to go to. And just last week, I, as foreign minister, welcomed, for the first time in 14 years, a political head of an embassy of the United States in this country. It was a very pleasant occasion. He knows the country well, and in welcoming him to the country, I indicated that people in this country had high expectations about the fact that he is now ambassador to this country, that it's a friendly country, it's an open country, and that he can expect that wherever he goes, he'll be welcomed by Bahamians, because the fundaments of our relationship with them is the ability to move back and forth between the United States and the Bahamas. And that we try to continue. So when that country starts talking about smuggling being a problem, and at the highest levels of their country, they've said that there are certain countries that will not be allowed to come into the U.S., and that they're going to expand the list of countries. And I think the expression third world countries was used without definition. Countries like the Bahamas have to take notice because, as I said, the fundaments are Bahamians have always wanted to travel freely to the United States. In previous incarnations of the U.S. government, I said to them, and I've indicated in sort of private discussions with the Prime Minister, that I think we ought to formally propose to the United States a treaty between ourselves for visa-free access of Bahamians to the U.S. I said to them, particularly since in these days of climate change and all these other, and these climate emergencies, that if the 400,000 of us moved to the States, it wouldn't make a difference in terms of impact on the population. But the fact is that you have to behave lawfully, and this ought to be lawful entry into another country. You can't go into another man's country unlawfully. And neither can a government, the Bahamas government, be seen to be condoning the unlawful entry of people into another country. And that's what this is designed to indicate. Send a signal to the world, to our neighbors, that we are serious on this point of smuggling and unlawful entry of our people and people using this country to go into another country unlawfully. The bill doesn't solve all problems, but public policy requires signals sometimes that you're serious in the enterprise in which you're engaged. And there's no sense complaining about the asymmetries, because we have asymmetries with all the countries surrounding us. The United States is bigger than us. got more people than us, more powerful economically and militarily. Cubans have 11 million people, we have 400,000. Haiti's got 10 million, 11 people, we have 400,000. The only ones we've got a little advantage on is the Turks and Caicos Islands in terms of population size and economy. So there are asymmetries all around that you have to negotiate. No point complaining about it. But what you have to do is to make sure as you manage this that you do so in the best interests of your country. And the asymmetries have existed in other relationships. When I was in the Senate, I remember one afternoon, the OECD, the Europeans had decided they were going to shut down our financial system if we didn't change the laws immediately. And the government then stopped everything. They didn't have the laws drafted. They had the Attorney General's office up there drafting the laws on the fly. And we were told, don't leave the Senate, because we can be changing the laws. So we sat around the Senate, adjourned, sine die, we sat around the Senate, then we summoned maybe an hour later to pass some laws that they drafted, because the EU said it had to be done or the financial services sector would be shut down. That happened before, so no surprise. So what I'm saying is, even in the asymmetries here, no point complaining. The fact is, our neighbor is concerned about this smuggling issue. We got to get it under control, and so we should. And this is one of the ways we can send a signal on that. And people who argue against it are, in fact, undermining that effort. They're undermining that effort and should be very careful with their words in connection with this. And then the question of what happens with the broader issues. The questions that have been dragged into this, Madam Speaker, have widened the arguments beyond the question itself of the smuggling and the way the laws are designed. So accusations, innuendos about our conduct with regard to citizenship applications. And one fellow up in Grand Bahama, no doubt fed by misinformation all over the place, suggested that the Bahamas government was going to give out 300,000 citizenships. The most lunacy that you could ever hear. Not possible in a million years to do so. But this is parroted around on all these social media pages. And I've said, if the Bahamas government gets to approve, this government anyway, gets to approve 40 citizenships a month, that's plenty. I'm telling you. If we approve 40 citizenships a month, that's plenty. And further, all the citizenships are granted according to law. So you look, one of the things that gets people really agitated and excited is when they see these things in the newspaper. Now, at one point, it used to only just be the newspaper advertisement itself. Now they actually have pictures. But you've served more recently as immigration minister than I have. I don't know, the present minister is not here today. But I wonder, I certainly know that during my time, I got not one single objection to citizenship applications advertised in the press. And the law says that if you object to somebody being a citizen of the Bahamas, you have 28 days once the advertisement is put in the newspaper to object. But I've never seen not one, none. But yet, everybody's in the news, oh, you're giving out citizenships, you're giving away the country. This is rubbish, complete rubbish. You know, I helped from a teenager, fought for this country to be independent. Been a legislator for a generation. And you can tell me that I'm going to give away this country by giving away citizenships? And what do you think this is? Yeah, you know, grumble, grumble, wheel in trouble, you know. Freaking Go read Hamlet, man. Just everything is, mumble, 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 mumble. You run a campaign.
The chair recognizes the honorable member. for
Honorable
Cement.
member for Fox Hill has made a statement that it's preposterous to think that he would sell this country out after everything he's gone through. And like me, I'm sure a number of persons at home now are wondering, is this the same man that burnt the Bahamian Constitution? He wants us to believe him, that he'll do something that other Bahamians wouldn't do.
You married a Garland. Sit down. Sit down. Sit down. Sit down.
Oh, boy.
Last statement that he said is true, is that I am a married man,
Yeah,
Madam
that-
Speaker. I don't believe he's a married man, though. Yeah. You wouldn't know about helping the woman, my brother.
No, behave
Oh,
yourself.
my God.
See,
get
that's
up, I'll get up,
exactly it. That's
Honorable
exactly it.
I'll get up
That's
every time.
exactly
Get
it.
up.
Nasty,
No,
He asked me
nasty.
to get up, right?
No.
He asked me to get up.
No. Member?
Nasty piece of filth.
No. I am striking your last comment, and I'm striking the fact that you were called the nasty piece of faith.
Thank you very much.
Okay?
You strike that as well, Madam Speaker.
Pardon me?
Damn fool, you married a Garland. You strike that as well?
No.
It is a song, but I will strike it from the record. I will strike it from the record.
So it just proves my point. No issues, just get up and throw mud and talk foolishness, and then hope that the Bahamian public gets on this. Yeah. Keep going. Yada, 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 yada. Yada, yada, yada. Yada, 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 yada. So, citizenship of the Bahamas is sacred, and the law as it is applied to citizenship is applied lawfully by this country and its government. And I will stand in the face of anyone who continues to drag up nonsense and mud and false accusations against the government. The latest example of which we heard here today just proves what they have no ideas, just out of ideas, and just running around talking filth. And his leader does nothing but allows him to go to support it. So, Madam Speaker, during the debate, there was an allegation about immigration. And these immigration matters there was, I think, trying to get a debate on immigration, to turn this into a debate on immigration. Now, I looked at the order paper. The order paper says, notice, 21st of February, 2024, appointment of select committees. Honorable Michael Pintard. And it says, to consider and investigate all matters relating to the high incident of crime in the Bahamas. To consider all of the matters that might be causing criminal behavior and to investigate various matters, to investigate and consider various of reducing crime in the Bahamas with power to send for persons and papers with leave to sit from place to place and leave to sit during the recess. Now, that is the only select committee request on this order paper. So if you're really serious, and you wanted to have a debate about immigration, you have the possibility, as a member of Parliament, to move for the appointment of a select committee, and we can have a full debate on immigration. But the only thing here is something about crime. It's been sitting since February of 2024, and the member has not moved it yet.
The chair recognizes the honorable.
Madam Speaker, the clerk and the assistants are here. They could very well look at the record. I did call for a select committee on immigration, and that matter did go before the House. So that is not correct, and I'll find the document during the course of this debate. So that is absolutely not correct.
That this House debated the motion, a select committee request? In this session. So you finally did something that you promised to do. But the point I make, no, the point I make though is, if you wanted to debate immigration, you could have done the same thing. So you're not serious about immigration, because if you were, you would have brought the resolution to deal with it. So, and I also want to say, Madam Speaker, that what is interesting is this question of law. The Chief Justice made a speech, gave to the Eugene DePuche Law School.
Point of order, Madam Speaker.
Chair recognizes the honourable member from Marco City.
Madam Speaker, on Monday, the 20th of February, 2023, and again, this statement was in fact tabled in the House. I did table the statement, the establishment of a select committee on immigration, Madam Speaker, and the document is here. What I have not heard the member do is to correct himself from what he said earlier, Madam Speaker, and I'd give him an opportunity to do so now, and he can move on with his presentation.
Moved the resolution.
I have moved the resolution, and again, I just cited the date.
You are saying that you also debated a resolution on immigration? You're saying that you did so on immigration?
I'd like to, if you could get a copy and.
We debated that. You all refused it.
Ah, okay, fine. All right. So you did something again. And all right, fine. I withdraw the allegation. But my point, my more general point is this, that you have to be, if you're serious about immigration, you have to have
Everything the FNM does.
no, you have to have a serious presentation about immigration and not throwing mud and not dealing with central issues. So, as I was saying on citizenship, Madam Speaker, the Chief Justice spoke to the Eugene DePuche Law School. And during that speech, he said that children born here after 1973 who have this right to apply for citizenship at the age of 18 and before their 19th birthday, that in fact the government has little choice than to grant them citizenship unless there is something of a criminal nature which prevents that from happening. So again, where the public is agitated about these ads which they see in the newspaper with regard to this group, again, the Bahamas government functions according to law. So I want to reassure the public again that this Bahamas government operates on the law, is not giving out citizenships. It is not possible to do that in the manner that they've been talking about, and our opponents should resign from taking that position. And so, in supporting this bill this afternoon, I want to say that we are simply incorporating our treaty obligations into the law. The law formally expresses that smuggling is to become an offense, and that offense is going to carry with it significant penalties. And it is our hope that in the short, medium, and longer term, this will cause a signal to be sent out that we are opposed to smuggling, that we are seeking to protect our relationship with our neighbors, to ensure that they know that we are serious in connection with our treaty obligations and our obligations to ensure that the law is followed. And with that, I wish to also add these words. I spent 3 days in Georgetown, Exuma, over the last weekend for the annual Christmas tree lighting there, and it went well. there's a sign of a really healthy community there. And I want to thank those citizens that I got an opportunity to talk to, Reverend Franklin McKenzie, Reverend Adam Brown, Lester McKenzie, of course, the Member of Parliament, Jen Dames, who did a wonderful job in outfitting the lights at the park in Rolltown, and also to all of the younger people who participated in the parades, made sure there was quite a successful function. And I hope that they all enjoy a very happy New Year, Merry Christmas, and thank you. So on behalf of the constituents of Fox Hill, I want to thank them for the reception which they gave me while I was down there. It was quite something. So thank you, Madam Speaker, for entertaining these few words this afternoon. My apologies for the back and forth and the nastiness which uttered forth from the other side, precipitated by my pointed comments. But this is what happens in the cut and thrust of debate, and I hope that as a result he reforms his behavior going forward. Thank you.
Thank you, Honourable Member. The chair recognizes the Honourable Member for Marcos.
Madam Speaker, I just wanted to ask the member for Fox Hill whether or not he maintains the position he held previously on the requirement for a student permit to attend school. What is your position relative to that matter? In 2015, you led the charge for the implementation of a student permit in schools, and I'm just wondering whether or not that is a position you and this administration maintains. Huh? Huh? I just want to
Asmini. The chair recognizes the Honourable Member for Yamacraw.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, just before I get into my presentation, I just wanted to, on a point that the member for Marcos City would have stood on about a statement made by the member for Fox Hill, I want to speak into the records a Tribune article that's dated Monday, the 15th of May, 2017, that states, quote, "The F&M found that above anything else, Mr. Christie's negatives were very, very high," said Mr. Colley. This is the former chairman, Mr. Sidney Colley's words, according to this article, unquote. "The bumbling of the VAT also resonated. We polled it and we found out that Bahamians were incensed about it because the Prime Minister promised that the VAT money would be used to bring down the debt. Now, we knew that they didn't steal the VAT money, but they did not live up to their promises," close quote. So it was quoted by the former chairman of the F&M. Thank you. Thank you. So, Madam Speaker,
The chair recognizes the Honourable Member for Fox.
You know, that is it. Thank you. I thank the member for the quote, because that's exactly what I said. What I said is that your party has been a party to serial prevarications. And one of them is the best example is this.
Thank you, Honourable Member. The chair.
Madam Speaker, it's, you know, the side opposite just really believes everybody has selective memory. The context he read just now is not what you said. It said anything about, they asked the question, where's the VAT money? Did you use it for what you plan to use it for? No, you didn't. When we came to government in 2017, for that entire period, we did a slew of infrastructural works. The Prime Minister and multiple members on your side have said from 2021 onward, you cannot find $1 billion You remember that statement by the Davis Cooper administration? $1 billion. Now, all of a sudden, a little later on, Ministry of Finance can fine $1 billion. That sounds eerily similar to this point that has been made by Yamacraw. What you then explain later is that the way we do accounting in the country, that you should have disclosed that, no, $1 billion was not stolen. It just simply was missing according to how you do accounting in the country. Does that sound familiar?
Recognizes the honorable member for Fox.
What I know is, I made a statement. I said, the side opposite are experts at serial prevarications. The first example that I used was, where's that money? With the innuendo that we somehow stole the money. And then the chairman of the F&M came along and said, we knew all along they didn't steal the money. That's what I said.
But they did pull it.
Thank you, honorable member. The chair recognizes the honorable member for Yamacraw.
And the chair recognizes.
He's saying serial prevarications. Madam Speaker, is my mic on?
I don't know.
Oh, which member of the House have you recognized?
Yamacraw.
Clear as mud, Madam Speaker. Clear as mud. Madam Speaker,
Madam Speaker, you get the innuendo there? Clear as
I-
mud. He's raised talking about pigs and-
Madam Speaker, I support.
This is nonsense. You can't drive in this house.
Now listen.
Madam Speaker,
Now he did not indicate it to you.
Madam Speaker, Madam Speaker,
Listen, he did not say Senans. He did not send anything at you.
You can see us busy, you can see the Muslims in this house, speaking of man.
Really? I mean, everybody's just so picky. What's wrong with that?
No, it's not so picky.
Okay, I will expunge it from the record. I'm striking from the record. It's clear as day. How's that? Clear as day.
Madam Speaker.
Listen, man, y'all need to calm down, you know.
You got Fox Hill.
Madam Speaker, I do support this bill.
You
And
too.
I rise.
And I have you on my left, and you are the greatest. Yeah, McCraw, let's
Thank
go.
you. Madam Speaker, I rise on my feet today by the strength of God Almighty and the good people of Yamacraw, great constituency in the East, who have given me the opportunity to represent in this House, in this honorable place, on their behalf. Madam Speaker, I start by saying I support this bill. I support the record of this Davis administration on immigration and border control, and many of our accomplishments are highlighted across the board, across ministries. Madam Speaker, I support the record of immigration, and I want to talk plainly about immigration and border control. For weeks, the country has listened to the F&M speak as if they have just discovered illegal migration, human smuggling in shanty towns, and the like. They speak as if these problems appeared on the day they lost office. People listening might think they never held power. They never had a cabinet. They never controlled the same laws and agencies that they criticize today. So if they want this to be a debate about immigration, let us deal with the records and not slogans. Madam Speaker, this administration did something very simple and very serious in 2023. The Prime Minister put a national policy framework on immigration in front of the country. Not a press release, but a plan. That document accepted a hard truth. Migration pressures are not only about boats turning up in Inagua and Exuma. They are tied to unregulated settlements on New Providence and the Family Islands, to people building where they have no right, to employers who prefer to hire people without proper status, and to organized groups that route migrants through the Bahamas on the way to the United States. The framework drew those lines clearly. It set out how we would strengthen our border, how we would deal with irregular migrants, how we would approach people with documents living in unlawful communities, and how we would treat Bahamians caught up in these same areas. After the framework came a national address from the Prime Minister himself. He spoke directly to the Bahamian people about who would be repatriated, who would be regularized, who would have to leave shanty towns, and who would face consequences of building on Crown land and land they did not own. From that came Operation Secure. From that came a stronger defense force presence in the southern Bahamas. From that came a different approach to repatriations and to shanty towns. That is how this administration started, with a policy and with a direction. Madam Speaker, now look at what has followed. In 2022, about 4,748 migrants were repatriated. In 2023, the figure climbed again to just under 5,000. In under 4 years, this administration has overseen around 13,000 repatriations. This is a record, Madam Speaker. While some talk outside, this government has been moving people, with no right to remain out of the country in large numbers. At the same time, the Carmichael Road Detention Center, which for years had been a symbol of failure, has seen its population fall sharply. We reached a point where only around 50 migrants were in custody. That does not mean the problem vanished. It means the system started to work. People came in, they were processed, they were sent back. On the water, the Royal Bahamas Defense Force has been busy. During this term, hundreds of migrants and smuggling vessels have been intercepted or stopped with our help. Those vessels carry thousands of people, some heading into the Bahamas from Haiti and Cuba, some trying to leave Bimini, Grand Bahama, and the Berry Islands towards Florida. That is what enforcement looks like, Madam Speaker. It is not a talk show segment. It is long nights. It's long nights at sea and early mornings on patrol. Madam Speaker, on shanty towns, the contrast is even clearer. Under the Christie administration, the debate grew loud and then grew louder, but demolitions did not happen. Successful or successive cabinets wrestled with the issue and held back. Under Dr. Minnis, the F&M came in with strong words. Deadlines were announced. Dates were given for people to leave. There was plenty of tough language. It sounded decisive. Then the residents went to court. An injunction came. Demolition stopped, and on New Providence, the F&M did not lawfully clear a single shanty town community. In Abaco, the Mud and Pigeon Pea were flattened by Hurricane Dorian, not by government action, but by a hurricane. Even after that tragedy, legal confusion dragged on. The promises they made on platforms did not come to reality on the ground. They had the chance. They talked loudly. They ended up blaming the courts. This administration took a different route. We accepted that the injunction was a real obstacle, not a convenient excuse. We sent survey teams into the communities. We gathered information on who lived there and who lived where. We brought in social services to identify Bahamians and legal residents. We went back to court and finished the legal work. Once the space opened, Operation Secure moved. Notices were served, time frames were given, structures started to come down. So far, 7 shantytown communities have been demolished under this government. Nearly 500 illegal structures have been removed from New Providence, Abaco, Eleuthera, and other islands. New actions were underway in Andros and the remaining sites on New Providence. This is the first time in our history that these communities have been taken down systematically, following legal process from start to finish. It's very hard to listen to the F&M talk about the shanty towns with a straight face when they have 4 years, shouted the loudest, and then left them standing. Madam Speaker, the record also shows a clear difference in how the two sides behave abroad. At the Summit of Americas that our Honorable Prime Minister reminded us of this morning, a regional declaration was circulated. It included a section where states agreed to take on formal refugee quotas. Larger countries felt they could do that. The Prime Minister of this Commonwealth of the Bahamas did not sign that section. He told our partners that we are a small island country with limited land and limited fresh water, and that we cannot carry that kind of load. Later, when the United Nations called for deportations to Haiti to be paused, the Prime Minister weighed the request. He understood that if Bahamians or if the Bahamas stop repatriation, every smuggler from the Windward Passage to Florida Straits would sell that story. Our islands would be marked as a safe harbor. He refused to send that signal. Deportations continued. Those are public choices. They are on the record. They are not the actions of someone looking for an asylum deal. Yet, some in the F&M have gone out and told people that this smuggling of migrants bill is part of a secret arrangement to turn the Bahamas into a refugee processing center. They know better. They repeat it because fear and confusion are useful to them. This is politics at its worst. Madam Speaker, so what does this bill actually do? It brings the law in line with the reality of how smuggling works. Right now, officers and prosecutors have to stitch together cases from different laws. You might get one charge for a boat, one for document, one under immigration, and still have gaps. This bill sets out a single clear offense for smuggling of migrants and ties everyone in the chain to it. The organizer of the trip, the person who provides the vessel or aircraft, the person who forges or supplies documents, the landlord who turns a property into a safe house, the driver who ferries people from one point to another, the agent who collects money, all of them can be charged under this law. The penalties are serious. Fines up to $300,000 and prison terms up to 15 years, Madam Speaker. That is the kind of punishment that makes people think hard before they help out with a trip or turn a blind eye to what is happening on their land. The bill also tightens the powers of the Defense Force and our partners at sea. Smuggling routes cross borders is also affected. Boats may change flags. Crews may swap mid-route. Our officers need clear legal cover to stop, board, search, and act where there is reasonable suspicion. The bill also says that migrants in custody must be treated humanely. This is already a practice of our officers, and it reflects Bahamian values. It does not create a right to enter. It does not create a right to stay. It does not weaken any power that already exists under the Immigration Act to detain, charge, and repatriate. That is the truth of the text. Madam Speaker, the other side knows all of this. The F&M knows all of this. They have read the bill inside this chamber. They argue over the wording. Outside, some of them talk about asylum and refugees as if the document says something it does not. So we have two approaches on display. This administration treats immigration as a national security challenge that needs a plan
The chair recognizes the honorable member for Marcus.
Madam Speaker, the member is taking some liberties of attributing remarks to members opposite, where we know he has no evidence of any of us saying what he just said. And if he does, it would be good if he would make it available.
Thank you, honorable member.
What we have is two approaches on display. Our administration treats immigration as a national security challenge.
About asylum bill, et cetera. So if he has that information, he should just share it with the public. But certainly, I don't recall any member on our side having made that statement. So if you would share it or just withdraw it.
Honourable Speaker, I did not say the member on that side said. I said they are saying, the FNM are out there saying, which is well known, that this is an asylum bill that treats immigrants in a particular way in our country with certain allowances. That is a known fact. They arranged a protest. I could read from a I could read from a poster that has their images and likeness on it. And there was a poster against they had a march organized this morning calling all Bahamians, kill the bill, right? So smuggling of migrants, right? And so there was a protest, and it was based on the conversations in the public about this being an asylum bill. It was said even, I contend that it was said in here. I'll attribute to a specific member when I sit down because I took notes. So if they want to run away from what they did, then that's fine. But I didn't attribute anything in here as a direct quote from any member. I said generally what they did, and they have a kill the bill. All Bahamians come out, kill the bill. That we debating today. How much Ben? Now, I don't know how much Bahamians came out, but that's a different debate. So, Madam Speaker, what we... Madam Speaker, we have two approaches on display. This administration treats immigration as a national security challenge that needs a plan, operations, and law. Part of the operation, treat it as a handy topic for rallies. That is the other side. They will talk about crisis to stay emotions, but will not tell listeners that this administration have repatriated more migrants in under 4 years than they did in their full term. Madam Speaker, they will speak about shanty towns with passion, but will not admit that they left them standing and that this government is the one taking them down. They will claim this government is weak on immigration, but will not remind people that their own attempts ended in court defeats and excuses. Madam Speaker, the FNM wanted a fight on immigration. They wanted to make it a main topic. This is fine. The country gets to see something useful out of that choice. They get to see one government that has set out a framework, repatriated at record levels, demolished shanty towns through lawful process, and now brings a stronger law against smugglers. They also get to see an opposition that talk loudly when in power, but fail to deliver, and now try to cover that story or cover that history with rumor and fear. I know which record I would rather defend. For these reasons, and with these few words, I support this government of the Bahamas that has brought this smuggling of migrant bill to this honorable house. Madam Speaker, Yamakura rests. Thank you.
Thank you, honorable member Asmini. The chair recognizes the honorable member for East Grand Bahama.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, it is again a privilege to be able to stand in this honorable place to represent the good and the special people of the East Grand Bahama constituency, to whom I am eternally grateful. I'm also grateful to God, who has given me this opportunity to be able to serve the people of East Grand Bahama. Madam Speaker, immigration today may very well be one of the single most important challenges our country faces. It affects our sovereignty. It affects our economy. It affects our security, our limited resources, and our very identity as a people. Across every island, Bahamians are asking very relevant, very important questions. And our borders, are our borders being protected? They are asking, are our borders being protected? They are asking, are we properly managing the strain on our public services? They are asking, who is standing up for the Bahamian people? They are asking, our hospitals are overcrowded. Our clinics are stretched beyond capacity. Our schools are struggling, and housing and social services are near the breaking point. Madam Speaker, this is real. This is urgent. Madam Speaker, the growing frustration in our country cannot be ignored. Many Bahamians are concerned, not out of hate, not out of prejudice, but out of a legitimate fear that we are losing control. And we, in this moment, the public is not just watching what we say, they are watching what we do. And they are demanding, whether they are in the front of Parliament, or whether they are in the barber shop, whether they are parents in the schoolyard, whether they are folks who are in church, they are demanding that we put Bahamians first. Madam Speaker, when the Free National Movement was in office, we did address human trafficking, which is a similar situation, where there was a protocol, a United Nations protocol, and in 2008, under the Free National Movement government, we took decisive and a morally sound action, and we adopted and passed the domestic law to implement the United Nations protocol to prevent, suppress, and punish trafficking in persons, especially women and children, protecting the most vulnerable from exploitation, abuse, and modern-day slavery. It was not about politics, but it was about principles. It was about recognizing that those who are trafficked are victims of unspeakable crimes. They are kidnapped, manipulated, coerced, sold, often children, often women, treated as property. And the F&M government stood tall and introduced the Trafficking in Persons Prevention and Suppression Act in 2008, criminalizing acts, providing real protection for victims, and empowering our justice system to pursue the traffickers with force. Madam Speaker, we did not confuse smuggling with trafficking. We understand, Madam Speaker, that there is a difference between trafficking in persons and smuggling of migrants. And we acted with compassion, strength, and clarity at that time. This is the legacy of the FNM on this issue. Madam Speaker, we cannot conflate two separate issues. We cannot conflate smuggling of migrants and trafficking in persons. I want to emphasize the difference in trafficking and smuggling. When you look at the United Nations protocol, the protocol defines trafficking as, and I quote, the recruitment, transportation, transfer, harboring, or receipt of persons by means of threat or the use of force or other forms of coercion for the purpose of exploitation. The use of threat, use of force, or coercion. It is about human beings being turned into commodities, slavery. Children trafficked, women trafficked. These individuals are victims in the truest sense of the word. And the law must protect them without hesitation and without apology. That's trafficking in persons. Madam Speaker, I want you to contrast that with the definition from the United Nations Protocol against smuggling of migrants by land, sea, and air. That protocol defines smuggling as the procurement in order to obtain directly or indirectly a financial or other material benefit of the illegal entry of a person into a state. This is not about exploitation. After arrival, this is about a contractual transaction to break the law. A person pays to be moved illegally across borders. They are not deceived. They are not coerced. They are not victims in the same sense. But we cannot treat smuggling of migrants in the same manner as you are treating trafficking in persons. And if you look at the act that deals with smuggling, or if you look at the act that deals with trafficking in persons, it is eerily similar to the act that deals with smuggling of migrants. They are participants, Madam Speaker. These smuggling of migrants, they are participants, often willing participants. I would argue they are co-conspirators because it is an illegal act and they are a willing participant in that illegal act.
The law deals with that.
In an act that violates the laws and sovereignty of this country. This is a key distinction. Trafficking is a crime against a person. Smuggling is a crime, I would suggest, against the country. We must not confuse the two. And yet this bill, and you know, I looked at the part 3 of the bill, and I see that the government must have received some criticism about the title of part 3, because the bill, with respect to the title of part 3, speaks to protection and assistance for victims. That's what the present bill, which they tabled, speaks to. Now, they have brought an amendment, or they seek to bring an amendment, which changes the word victims to smuggle migrants. So, Madam Speaker, that speaks to the very point that we are raising. It speaks to the issue, the very issues that we are raising. The intent of this bill was to protect and assist smuggled migrants who they were calling victims. And they must have received criticism, and they must have gotten the point.
Point of order.
The chair recognizes the honorable member for Nassau Village.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Again, I think the member is incorrect in his assertion. The intent of the bill was not to protect smuggled migrants. The Prime Minister and member for Kid Island, Rumkey, and San Salvador outlined the particulars of the bill and said that it's specifically geared towards ensuring that the organized crime aspect of it was penalized to the fullest extent of the law. So I'd ask that the member, it comes down as leading, and it misrepresents, and it's actually factual and wrong. So I'd ask that he withdraw that particular assertion.
Thank you, honorable member.
Part 3 of the bill. Big title. Protection and assistance for victims. So I don't see a need for me to withdraw anything because I am only speaking to what you laid in this House. It is a big title. Protection and assistance for victims.
Madam Speaker,
Read the
the
rest
title
of the bill.
It's the title of the bill. You can't extract one particular portion and say that's what the whole bill is about.
I didn't say that's what the whole bill was about.
Madam
Come on,
Speaker,
Jeez.
the member asserted that the bill was to protect victims of smuggling. That's what he said on his feet. And that is what I'm asking, that he withdraw or it be stricken from the record. That's not the title of the bill. And that's not the intent of the bill.
The issues the bill raises. One of the issues this bill raises is the protection and assistance for victims.
That's what it says. The Bahamas afford those things to them.
And what we are saying is smuggled migrants should not be treated as victims. That's the very point that we are raising.
Okay, just read the provision.
That's the very point we are raising.
Read the provision. You read it. Read the provision. You read it.
Madam Speaker,
Read the provisions. And
the bill treats
afford them
the
whatever
bill
now.
treats both as equally deserving of protection, rights, services, and even, and I wrote this in here before they withdraw it, but even immunity.
What's the purpose of it?
So, Madam Speaker, the bill treats both as equally deserving of protection. The bill speaks to equally providing rights. The bill speaks to equally providing services and even immunity. Now, they've taken that immunity clause out. We will.
Exactly.
And that is in our view, Madam Speaker, that is a profound and it is a dangerous mistake. Madam Speaker, let me just break down further for the Bahamian people. Smuggling is typically motivated by financial gain. A smuggler profits by helping someone sneak into another country. There may be hardship along that journey, yes. But it is a deal, a transaction, knowingly entered into. On the other hand, as I said, trafficking is motivated by exploitation. The trafficker profits not just from transport, but from keeping the victim enslaved or some way, shape, or form for years. That deserves protection. That deserves assistance. In smuggling, consent is present. The person chooses to be smuggled. However misguided their choice may be, in trafficking, consent is irrelevant. It is impossible. The person is manipulated, coerced, physically controlled. Smuggling, yes, can lead to danger. It can involve criminals, But trafficking is inherently violent, inherently abusive, and always predatory. So why is this important? Because the very heart of the bill treats smuggled persons, some of whom have paid large sums of money to break our laws, as if they are equal to those who have been trafficked. That, we believe, is unacceptable. Yes, we must treat people, all people, with dignity. Yes, we must prosecute smugglers. But let us not create a system that rewards illegal entry. This bill does not reward those who are smuggled, this bill does reward those who are smuggled migrants, which encourages more to come.
What they are rewarded with.
And that undermines the hardworking citizens of this nation who play by the rules. It also undermines those legal migrants who have come to the country legally and who have played by the rules legally. Madam Speaker, if we do not make this distinction clear in law, in policy, and in practice, we risk sending the wrong message to the world. That the Bahamas is a soft target, and that our borders are open, and that there is no difference between being coerced and being complicit.
That's what you get from that.
Madam Speaker,
That's what you get from that.
we must now confront the true heart of the matter and the core contents of this controversial and deeply flawed piece of legislation, the Smuggling of Migrants Bill. Let us look at Section 15. Section 15, which mandates that smuggled migrants shall have the right to the Bahamas, or the right in the Bahamas, and the words are correct, the right in the Bahamas to receive urgent medical care required for the preservation of life or the avoidance of harm to health. On its face, it sounds noble. On its face, it sounds noble. But, Madam Speaker, I rise to ask the question that thousands of Bahamians are asking: why is there a need for us to legislate this? Because if this already exists, if this already exists in our law, if this already exists in our policy, why is there a need for us to legislate this? Also, Madam Speaker, do we have the capacity? Do we have the capacity to guarantee urgent care to undocumented migrants who have willingly broken our laws, while our own citizens are waiting in pain, waiting in corridors, waiting in emergency rooms, waiting, and in some cases dying? Why are we mandating this in this legislation when we cannot properly deal with Bahamian situations in our healthcare system? That's what Bahamians are asking. That's the questions that they're asking, Madam Speaker. This is a serious pain point. This is a very serious pain point for Bahamians. Whether we are outside of Parliament or whether we in the barber shop, in the food store, this is a pain point for Bahamians, Madam Speaker.
The chair recognizes the honourable member for Freetown.
I've heard, and I was out escaping the AC, but I heard East Grand Bahama talked about this would make us a soft spot. I was amazed, and then I had to refresh myself on the protocol that he said they magnificently domesticated. He claims to have read this protocol. He should have then known every other protocol state has legislated in this exact same fashion, so there's no issue of us being a soft spot. And he also ought to know that there's an obligation to render urgent care to everyone.
No problem.
Everyone.
So let's not waste time putting it
Every
near.
single person.
So let's not waste time in
And
putting it
if he
near.
would have read the protocol that they enacted in trafficking in person, and this one, he would see why you have to actually put it in. But I'll deal with that on my wrap-up, since he's, in my view, being disingenuous.
Thank you, Honorable Member. The Chair recognizes the Honorable Member for
Point of
Tall Pines.
order. I listened very carefully for the member for East Grand Bahama with his definition for human trafficking and human smuggling. He made it very
Smuggling
clear,
migrants.
yeah, you
Smuggling
made it
migrants.
very clear, wrongfully so, that a person who is trafficked, who is smuggled, is not coerced. Do you know there are people who are smuggled into this country, coerced, but smuggled, used in this country against the will of the individual who come into the country by holding, no, but he made it seem that if you smuggle, you can't be trafficked. Please. Please.
Allow the members on his feet.
Represented here for the people of Tall Pines, just like you. Don't tell me what to say. They brought me here, not you. I have a right to speak for the people of Tall Pines. And you don't have a right to tell me when to speak. When you speak, I don't get involved in your conversation. Leave me alone. Could I finish my statement, please?
Yes.
No. I would like to clarify this. You have clearly defined a person who is trafficked versus a person who is smuggled. You made it very clear, that a person who is smuggled cannot be coerced. Do you know that persons who are smuggled, many are coerced? Many come into this country on false pretense. Many were told that they have legal rights to come into the country, wrongly so, dumped on an island, and suffer the consequences from being coerced from their origin. Listen to me very carefully. Not necessarily. Sometimes they were trafficked,
To make agreements too.
but they were smuggled.
Agreements too.
They were smuggled into the country and held against their own will to perform acts in this country, including employment, against their will. So your argument that you are smuggled, you cannot traffic, you're wrong.
Thank you, Honorable Member.
Almost there, but corrected yourself. Madam Speaker, the reality is, and there is a difference. If you are forced to come here, if you were coerced to come here, it's trafficking. And as we say, that deserves to be protected. That deserves to be protected. We've said that. But if you are a smuggled migrant, you made an agreement, you paid money to come. You are an equal person who came to this illegal agreement to enter into the country without laws. So
The Chair recognizes the Honorable Member for Freetown.
The most frequent trafficking case that appear before our courts are cases where the migrant makes an agreement to be smuggled into the country, and they agree to work off the cost of the transportation, all by consent and agreement. And in a lot of those cases, the person holds the passport. And in many of them, when they're repaid, they give them the passport back. Not years and years and years. So some distinction between agreeing to be smuggled and trafficking is much broader than being conveyed to a country. We've had a number of cases with Bahamians trafficked in the Bahamas, never having left this island.
Thank you, Honorable.
Madam Speaker, Section 16, which I think is vague and problematic. It states that the minister shall take appropriate measures to afford smuggled migrants adequate protection against violence, And what does appropriate measures mean? Special needs, protection from groups and individuals. You know, there's a humanitarian charter, but are we creating a humanitarian charter for undocumented persons? Those who break the law already have rights. So why do we need to put more or articulate those rights? They are already there. Madam Speaker, as I said, trafficking persons are victims. They are victims. They are coerced, deceived, abused, exploited. But the bill seeks to blur the lines between victim and participant, between criminal and endangered. It proposes to treat the smuggled and the trafficker as equal under the law. And this honorable House must reject that false equivalence. Let us also look at Section 17, which mandates smuggled migrants shall receive appropriate assistance if their lives are endangered because of being smuggled. Appropriate assistance. What does that mean? Many persons' lives are endangered. Some countries are very dangerous. So what is appropriate assistance in the Bahamas? Madam Speaker, let me be blunt. If someone paid a smuggler to bring them here illegally, are we now required to offer support, counseling, shelter, and care as if they are victims of a crime? Let's be real, Madam Speaker. Smuggling is a commercial transaction. People pay money to violate the law. Yes, smugglers should be hunted down and prosecuted. But we cannot turn those who willingly broke our laws into state-sponsored recipients of benefits and protections. What message are we sending to Bahamians and those legal migrants who follow the rules? Section 11. Well, you've now taken out section 11, so I'll move beyond that. Section 13 goes even further. It empowers a minister, Madam Speaker, Section 13 empowers a minister to grant temporary permits to a smuggled migrant. To quote, and I want us to bear this section in mind, because this section was a little troubling for me, particularly troubling for me. Section 13 grants a minister or empowers a minister to grant temporary residence to smuggled migrants to, quote, to allow the smuggled migrant to recover or recovery or rehabilitation. What does that mean? But, Madam Speaker, let me also say it plainly. Is this a back door to status? Imagine, Madam Speaker, a Bahamian who witnesses a crime. Do they get a free permit? Do they get special housing and privacy and government support? And then we look at Section 19. Section 19 guarantees smuggled migrants a suite of benefits, including documentation, privacy, and confidentiality. I ask you, Madam Speaker, what documentation? What are we giving them? And this notion about privacy and confidentiality, are we to protect the identity of individuals who entered our country illegally? Are we supposed to protect their identity? While law-abiding Bahamians must register and all of their public information must be disclosed? Under this bill, migrants are also entitled to free legal assistance. Well, I thought that Bahamians were only entitled to free legal assistance for very serious matters. So if you were charged with murder or attempted murder or very, very serious matters, then the law would allow you to access a legal aid, a lawyer from legal aid. But if you are a migrant, if you are a migrant that comes to the country, and if you are charged with illegal landing, does that mean that they must now be granted free legal services? Does that mean that they are provided with free legal services? And if, for what purpose? If they are not charged under this act, if they are not charged with any offense under this act, what is the purpose of providing them with legal assistance? What is the purpose of providing them with legal assistance? Because it means then that they are provided with legal assistance for being charged with under another act. Because they have not broken any laws under this act. So, Madam Speaker.
The chair recognizes the honorable member for Freetown.
I think East Grand Bahama cannot be forgiven as a member of the bar. The right of a migrant to bring civil process.
Oh, so I was going to get there. So that's for a lawyer now to sue
The
for them.
reality,
Okay.
to anyone who tortured them during the whole process, and that is the only thing that they have under this act that requires any legal thing. And so, to be clear, because again, that's not, the dishonesty of it is the only person he can sue is a smuggler. And that is in section 17. And the documentation which the member for East Grand Bahama must know is to be provided, and the documents that couldn't be delivered to Mr. Taki Toto, which caused the Bahamas government to be paying him over $1 million because we couldn't get papers. He claimed he was a Japanese. They couldn't give him documents. He claimed he was a Korean. They couldn't give him documents. Nobody stepped forward to give him documents. He spent 8 years in prison, for which the taxpayer paid over $2 million. The documents, and he knows it well, that a smuggled migrant has a right to is documents with regard getting him back to his country of origin. And he knows also really well, that the body who provides free legal assistance to migrants in this country and everywhere else is the UN Office on Migration, and not the Bahamas government.
Thank you, honorable member.
If that is the case,
You know it.
this law
You should know it.
is way too broad to speak to that. Because this law says that he is entitled to free legal assistance. Madam Speaker, and I have 5 minutes, so I'll just move quite along. Madam Speaker, also, the bill also speaks to offenses. And these offenses could only be committed in the Bahamas. So, for example, someone who attempts to conceal a migrant in a vehicle or in other container, also under Section 5, for the purpose of subsection 1, a person procures or attempts to procure the illegal entry or illegal landing of a migrant if the person procures, and it also speaks to fraudulent documentation, it speaks to fraudulent travel, and it speaks to arrangements for illegal entry and illegal landing. So you will prosecute the person who arranged the illegal landing, but you won't prosecute the person who actually illegally landed. You will prosecute the person who provided the fraudulent travel or the fraudulent identity, but you won't prosecute the person under this act for the migrant that actually fraudulently traveled and the migrant that actually provided the fraudulent document. Also under,
The chair recognizes the honorable member for Freetown.
Bill says at the moment, because Section 11 says that you can be prosecuted for any offense committed under any other act. So if a smuggled migrant, he's speaking, Madam Speaker, about smuggling being this, and we would charge the person who provides the document and not charge the migrant. Everyone is being charged. So when he begins with that predicate, he is wrong. The predicate that these things can only act in the happen in the Bahamas overlooks the section on jurisdiction and applicability.
Thank you, honorable member.
under this bill, you will prosecute somebody who arranged the travel, but you're not going to prosecute the person under this bill for the person who actually traveled. You will also, Madam Speaker, when it comes to organizing, directing, aiding, and abetting, also and that's under Section 6, under Section 7, Section 8, harboring. You will prosecute the person who harbored the migrant under this act, but you will not prosecute the person who is being harbored
For Golden Isles.
under this act.
Madam Speaker, just on a point of order, I just want to, I just want to make it clear that the Bahamas do not condone or tolerate illegal landing. That is very clear in Section 19 of the Immigration Act. And so to indicate that and not refer to the act, he is misleading the public, and it's disingenuous.
Thank you, honorable member.
Madam Speaker, the point that I am making is that if you are going to prosecute other persons, under this act, why are you not also under this act prosecuting the illegal migrant? That's the point that we are making, Madam Speaker. And Madam Speaker, it is not a nonsensical argument because you actually listened to the argument, and that's why you took out Section 11. And also, that's why you took out the name victim. That's why you changed the name victim to smuggled migrant. Because again, Madam Speaker, these aren't points that we are just raising. These are points, Madam Speaker, that they were told. And so that's why they are taking out Section 11. That's why they are now changing victims to smuggled migrants. Because again, our point is you cannot treat the smuggled migrant as a victim.
The chair recognizes the honorable member for
East
Freetown.
Grand Bahama has an obligation in educating the public that the only place victim appears is Section 11. So if you take out Section 11, you necessarily have to make the consequential amendments. He's counsel and attorney, a very senior one. And when you deal with legislation, he should know the danger in the change of words in a statute, and he should know a word just cropping up that doesn't appear elsewhere. Even Central Grand Bahama had some inkling of that concept when he asks about the word non-refoulement. So it behooves a member of the bar in approaching debate on a piece of legislation that will be construed in a court on arguments from educated lawyers to educate the public on the process.
Thank you, honorable member.
Madam Speaker, they have done a horrible job of educating the public on this piece of legislation. They have done a horrible job of educating the public as to what this law intends and what their intent is for this law. So, Madam Speaker, as I close, this debate is not about turning our backs on humanity. It is about defending our national integrity. It is about building a system that Bahamians can trust. The Free National Movement has made its position absolutely clear. We stand for law, we stand for order, we stand for compassion, but we do not stand for confusion. Under Operation Shield, the FNM has pledged to bar anyone who has entered illegally from things like citizenship. There should be no exception, no rewards for breaking the law. We believe in securing our borders with stronger maritime patrols and regional partnerships. We believe in restoring accountability by establishing a transparent immigration oversight board. We also believe in the Select Committee of Parliament to root out political interference and abuse. And above all, we believe that Bahamians deserve transparency, honesty, and real reform, not bills cloaked in confusion and in silence. So, Madam Speaker, we do not support this bill. As was said by the Leader of Opposition, as was said, we do not support because this bill, again, equates someone who has been smuggled with someone who has been trafficked. And so we do not support this bill, Madam Speaker, and we believe that the bill actually should be withdrawn. Let the Bahamian public understand what this government is trying to do, and let the Bahamian public also speak their particular views on this bill. Madam Speaker, thank you very much.
As many, thank you, Honourable Member. The Chair recognizes the Honourable Member for Nassau Village.
Good evening, Madam Speaker, members. Madam Speaker, tonight I rise in full support of the Smuggling of Migrants Bill 2025. And I repeat that, I rise in full support on behalf of the great constituency of Nassau Village. Madam Speaker, I listened to the member for East Grand Bahama go through an extremely long trafficking in persons attempt to correlate it to smugglers. Madam Speaker, during my early years as a diplomat, I actually was a part of the UNHCR refugee status determination. And we dealt with a number of these nuances that you had between trafficking in persons and smuggling. Madam Speaker, the member would have the entire House believe that once you are engaged in smuggling, you are not a victim. Madam Speaker, there was a case where a 6-year-old was actually put in with the smugglers by his parents. The transaction happened between the parents and the smugglers, but the actual 6-year-old was the one being smuggled. You see, Madam Speaker, when you go through these correlations and attempts to connect the dots, you find out that people are reaching. Persons who are engaged in smuggling, those being smuggled, can indeed be victims. You see, but Madam Speaker, that doesn't suit the narrative. That doesn't sound right. The member wrote his speech and we removed the problematic parts and he said, boy, I sticking to it. We pressing gas straight down, straight into the wall, Madam Speaker. Straight into the wall. No seatbelt on. No seatbelt. But Madam Speaker, I just wanted to clarify that for the viewers at home, that indeed, you can be a victim engaged in smuggling. And therefore, you should be afforded rights and protection. Because once you would have satisfied victim status, there's a humanitarian obligation by the state itself. Madam Speaker, but unlike the member for the East, I will not retrace the ground that others have covered. My focus is straightforward. This bill must be understood through the lens of the government's obligations. Our obligation to the Bahamian people, our obligation to uphold our own laws, Madam Speaker, our obligation to act as a serious state in the international system. Madam Speaker, if we are clear about those three duties, the case of this bill is quite clear. Madam Speaker, first, the government carries a primary obligation to the citizens and lawful residents of the Bahamas. The side opposite would have you believe that this government doesn't always act on behalf of the Bahamian people, and that's completely incorrect. Everything this PLP government does, Madam Speaker, is on behalf of the Bahamian people. Madam Speaker, that duty is not abstract. It appears everywhere in our constitutional and statutory framework. We are required to safeguard public order, protect territorial integrity, and manage natural resources in a way that serves the public's interest. Madam Speaker, irregular migration and organized smuggling directly engages that duty. They test the capacity of the state to control who enters and on what terms. They create channels that others can exploit for weapons, Madam Speaker. They can exploit it for narcotics, and they can exploit it for other threats. They shift scarce resources away from core services, Madam Speaker, into emergency responses. Madam Speaker, we have touted and we have bragged about the number of persons that we have repatriated. But there's a dollar value associated with that quick and immediate response, Madam Speaker. A government that sees these pressures and fails to act would be failing in its basic obligations. This administration has chosen a different path. It has chosen enforcement, Madam Speaker, planning and legislative reform. The bill before us strengthens that approach, Madam Speaker, by focusing on the organizers and the facilitators rather than treating smuggling as an incidental offense. In doing so, Madam Speaker, it supports the government's first obligation to maintain control over the country's borders and legal order in the interest of the Bahamian people. Madam Speaker, second, we have an obligation to uphold the rule of law of our own jurisdiction. The rule of law demands clarity. Citizens and residents must know what is prohibited and the penalties associated and how decisions will be taken. Officers must know that when they act, Madam Speaker, they are acting within a sound legal framework. At present, smuggling prosecutions rely on stitching together different provisions from various acts. Madam Speaker, this becomes cumbersome. So we see the beauty in this particular bill to streamline and put everything that you need in one particular package. It can be done, Madam Speaker, but it's untidy when you stitch together all of that. And it invites uncertainty. That uncertainty benefits those who deliberately position themselves slightly removed from the scene of the crime. Madam Speaker, the Smuggling of Migrants Bill remedies this in several important ways. It defines smuggling as a specific offense. It draws in the planner, the financier, the vessel owner, the document forger, the landlord who knowingly supplies safe houses, and the transporter who moves migrants internally as a part of an organized scheme. Madam Speaker, this is organized crime. And we must be organized, tactful, and deliberate in our approach to stemming these issues. Madam Speaker, it attaches serious penalties, the bill, that reflect the seriousness of the conduct. This is what it looks like when a parliament takes its law-making role seriously, Madam Speaker. We move from general disapproval of a practice to precise legal language that courts can apply and officers can rely on. Madam Speaker, not just a talk shop, but true application and implementation onto enforcement. Madam Speaker, the bill also brings greater structure to the action at sea. In a country with a maritime domain as extensive as our own. And I was listening to the member for St. Anne's, and I said, you know, when we talk about borders, we always have to use porous as it pertains to the Bahamas, because there are multiple entries. But actors and members on the side opposite would have you think it's one solid border and, you know, you just go there and you man the border. But it's much more complex, Madam Speaker. When the defense force encounters a vessel reasonably suspected of involvement in smuggling, the law must provide firm authority for boarding, inspecting, and where necessary, detaining and seizing. Far from weakening controls, the clauses of this bill that touch on powers at sea, Madam Speaker, and on land strengthen the hand of the state. They are a part of a fulfilling obligation that we have to give effect to the rule of law, not simply speaking about it. Madam Speaker, the third obligation that I referred to is external. As a member of the international community, we have signed treaties, endorsed declarations, and joined organizations. The member for East Grand Bahama even stated that they had brought into force the trafficking in persons provision. So they understand our obligation externally as well. Madam Speaker, those commitments come and carry big responsibilities. There is sometimes a temptation to talk about international obligations as if they are in conflict with national interest. But you see, Madam Speaker, in many cases, the opposite is true. We must properly understand that these international obligations that we have signed on to actually support domestic implementation. For example, Madam Speaker, our acceptance of core norms concerning human treatment does not conflict with firm immigration control. And I'd like to repeat that. Our acceptance of core norms concerning human treatment does not conflict with firm immigration control. We can insist on the right to arrest, detain, prosecute, and repatriate persons who breach our laws, while at the same time, Madam Speaker, accepting that while they are in our custody, they must be treated with decency. That isn't softness, Madam Speaker. That isn't timidness. That isn't a soft spot, as the opposition would have you believe. That is statecraft. Madam Speaker, it preserves our ability to demand cooperation from our partners. When we seek extradition, we look for assistance against transnational crime, or when we argue for fair treatment of our financial and tourism sectors. Similarly, Madam Speaker, our engagement in regional dialogues on migration does not dilute the government's duty to place Bahamians first in priority. If anything, it allows us to explain limitations clearly, to resist proposals that we cannot sustain, and to shape international expectations around our own realities as a small island developing state. Madam Speaker, the record of this administration demonstrates true balance, real balance. When a hemispheric declaration proposed formal refugee quotas, the Prime Minister didn't sign on behalf of the Bahamas. When external actors urged a halt to deportation to Haiti, the government decided that repatriations would continue because signaling an open door would have created new pressures, Madam Speaker, and we could not accommodate that. Those decisions, Madam Speaker, honor both sides of the obligation. They protected Bahamian interests while also engaging our partners honestly about what we can do and what we just cannot do as a small island developing state. This bill sits in the same space as those negotiations and the requested declaration that we were asked to sign on. Its operative provision does not create a right to enter or to remain in the Bahamas. They do not limit the existing powers of enforcement agencies to arrest, detain, or repatriate. What they do is affirm that within those processes, basic standards would be observed. In return, the state gains a clear, modern offense that can be understood by courts here and by our partners abroad as a serious effort to confront criminal networks and organized crime. Madam Speaker, there is a further obligation that ties the internal and external aspects. This is the obligation to be coherent. A government cannot demand respect abroad for its sovereignty while neglecting to order its own laws at home. It cannot demand assistance against smuggling while providing weak tools against smugglers in its own courts. It cannot insist on being treated as a full partner in security cooperation while leaving gaps in its domestic legislation on one of the central security issues of the region. Madam Speaker, this bill helps to align our domestic legal framework with the expectations of a serious state. It sends a clear signal that the Bahamas understands the nature of modern smuggling. It understands the need to focus on the organizers as well as the boat captains, and understands the value of penalties that are higher and high enough to truly deter. Madam Speaker, it allows our enforcement agencies to present themselves to regional and international partners as institutions backed by robust law. That matters, Madam Speaker, when we seek increased collaboration, more intelligence sharing, and greater support for equipment and training. In that sense, Madam Speaker, the bill is a part of a wider effort to ensure that our legal, operational, and diplomatic positions are working together and not across purposes. Madam Speaker, some on the side opposite have suggested that attention to obligation implies weakness. I disagree completely. A government that knows its duties and discharges them is a government that acts from a position of strength, Madam Speaker. Strength is not found in ignoring treaties we have signed. Strength is found in shaping those commitments to suit our circumstances while enforcing our own laws with clarity and with confidence. Madam Speaker, strength is not found in vague condemnations of smuggling. Strength is found in creating clear offenses, resourcing enforcement, and following through on prosecutions that deter. Strength is not found in emotional debate. You know, a lot of emotions fly, and I've been flung all day. Strength is found in the quiet work of drafting, Madam Speaker, revising and enacting legislation that will guide this country, our beloved Bahama land, long after today's headlines have been captured, and maybe holding up a book just to make sure you make the front page, long after, Madam Speaker. The Smuggling of Migrants Bill reflects that kind of strength, real strength, PLP strength, Madam Speaker. It aligns with the government's obligation to safeguard Bahamians. It aligns with our obligation to uphold the rule of law. It aligns with our obligation to behave as a responsible state in a difficult region. Madam Speaker, on that basis, and on behalf of the great people of Nassau Village who have sent me here to support them and who love me just as much as I love them, yes, I am satisfied that it advances the interests of Bahamians. I am satisfied that it supports lawful residents while maintaining the standards that keep our country respected and our partnerships effective. The government has its obligations, Madam Speaker, and this bill helps us meet them. I so submit.
Thank you, Honourable Member. As many? Oh, boy. The chair recognizes the Honourable Member for St. Anne's.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I wish to start off to begin my contribution by recognizing those members of the public that have once again stepped forward, along with political parties, to hold the government's feet to the fire, to force them to account, to force them to deny first and then accept and then recognize the error of their ways. And Madam Speaker, that's evident by the amendments, which they failed to table before today's debate began. So I'm assuming they're going to table or present during the committee stage, Madam Speaker. Now, if this government, we know they're a well-oiled PR machine, if this government had intended to amend this bill by the removal of Section 11 prior to this morning, they certainly would have had the press secretary from the Office of the Prime Minister do their bidding. There was no such representation to the press. There was no such distribution of these amendments prior to commencement of today's debate. It actually was probably by the third or fourth speaker that these were distributed by the clerk's team, Madam Speaker. So it is my position, and I'll put it forward, that these amendments were not contemplated until they finally recognized the error of their ways today, after the Free National Movement wrote them on the matters directly. Now, Madam Speaker, the members of the Free National Movement prepared for this bill on Monday of last week because we were expecting debate on Wednesday. We heard the cries of the government side and the need for further time due to ailment, and we did not object. We were expecting, however, to debate it on Thursday of last week, and that too, again, Madam Speaker, was not something that they were able to do. Through that entire week period, Madam Speaker, numerous press representations were made by the Attorney General. There was a press briefing at the Office of the Prime Minister. The press secretary may even have been tempted to say something further on it, but never at any point, Madam Speaker, was there an acknowledgement by the government that they were going to amend the controversial Section 11 of this bill. Nevertheless, Madam Speaker, the might of the people, as will be seen again in the 2026 election, was too overwhelming for the Progressive Liberal Party administration to ignore. And we are expecting at committee stage Section 11 to be amended. I would, Madam Speaker, as every one of my other colleagues, Madam Speaker, when men direct me which way to look, I didn't grow up in a country where that's the way we roll. I looked behind me and I saw the good member for Seabreeze. They attempted to direct my attention to another male in the House, and Madam Speaker, I grew up in the East. Thank you very much. Madam Speaker, I thoroughly enjoy a distraction, but my spirit does not need it. Okay. So these amendments to the bill did not arise until after the Free National Movement, after members of the public, after the members of the other third party in the country brought it, pushed it, pleaded with the government over it, and honestly, if I can say this word, I don't think it's insulting. As stubborn as the government was, they finally, as I've said, seen the error of their ways. They do, however, Madam Speaker, not go far enough. Members of the Free National Movement that have given their contributions today have all been of the position that this bill should be withdrawn. This bill, while it has benefits, I will never deny the horror suffered by the 18 persons, 17 women, 1 woman pregnant in 2022, that were found dead inside a capsized cabin of a vessel off of Blackbeard Key. I have become a member of the Parliamentary Human Rights Committee, and in meetings with members of that committee, we met with different representatives from the Social Services Department. We've also met with persons from the Royal Bahamas Police Force in charge of the desk for human trafficking. And During that particular meeting, Madam Speaker, I asked what offense the persons that were operating that vessel were charged with. And I was told that even though there were 17 women that died, and maybe 5 or less, including a young person, at least one, 13 of age, that received treatment at PMH, even though 17 women and an unborn child died in that incident, the position was that nobody knew who these individuals were. No one came forward to say that they were being trafficked. And what's alarmed me, Madam Speaker, was that there was no existing offense for smuggling of persons in the country. So even if the elements of human trafficking couldn't be found to be able to be proven for them to be charged with human trafficking, at least human smuggling, along with the offenses that they were charged with, 18 counts of manslaughter and reckless operation of a craft. I couldn't believe that in all these years we still didn't have human smuggling as an offense in our laws. And I would support a bill on human smuggling, creating the offense for human smuggling. But I don't support, along with my colleagues, I don't support this bill as it is. It's been litigated already, what the issues are. And Madam Speaker, some of those issues include the still existing granting of temporary status to migrants. So a migrant can be granted temporary status under this legislation, Madam Speaker. And despite the proposed amendments, which we are expecting to come at committee stage, that provision, that right to a smuggled migrant, basically the person that has participated in the travel to the Bahamas, illegal landing, illegal entry, that person can still be given temporary status. That shouldn't be an option that we're passing at this time in the country. Considering the seriousness, the severity of our existing migration issues in this country and what we're anticipating coming down the pipeline if our neighbors to the north increase extradition, deportation of persons from their shores. The bill would still, despite the proposed amendment to Section 11, would still grant immunity. And what I mean by it would still grant immunity is that if I'm a migrant and I'm on board that vessel, I am not going to be charged with an offense under this bill. I don't have the automatic immunity under Section 11, which everybody rightfully had a problem with. But the moment I'm given temporary status by the minister, I have essentially received immunity. You're telling me that I am going to get temporary status so that I can assist in giving evidence against those that organized the smuggling operation, the boat captain and others, maybe. I'm going to be given temporary status. I'm going to be allowed to testify, but I don't have immunity. You're not going to be charging persons that you give temporary status to give evidence with an offense after the fact, Madam Speaker. Whether it's definitely not under this bill, and whether the right exists under any other bill, persons that receive temporary status will not be charged with an offense, Madam Speaker. In addition to temporary status, in addition to immunity, as I've just explained, there's also emergency medical care. Does that include someone that's having heart failure, has a heart attack? Do our surgeons now have to step in and perform critical care on those migrants that have entered the country illegally? There's also protection against violence. So I land in the country as a smuggled migrant, Madam Speaker, and I've been caught. I've been caught with others that have come along with me on this smuggling trip, as well as I've been caught with the persons that have been in charge of the smuggling trip. I'm in fear of my life, okay, Madam Speaker? it may be a case that they didn't catch the persons that organized. The boat captain got away. Others that organized it got away, but they know that I'm out there. They know that I'm out there, and they know that immigration picked me up. I'm now in fear, and under this bill, there isn't any proposed amendment to remove it. I'm entitled to protection against violence. So how is the government of the Bahamas, considering that it's appeasing all of the big jurisdictions of the world, how is the government of the Bahamas going to provide me protection against violence? There's nothing in this bill to say that I won't be provided with a home, a shelter. There's nothing in this bill to say that I won't be provided with police protection. The extent of appropriate assistance, Madam Speaker, and I think providing police protection, there are and there will be instances where that can be seen as an appropriate level of assistance. Why are persons that came here voluntarily in an illegal way allowed to receive such high security resources? Then the bill still will provide a right to civil proceeding claims. Madam Speaker, the member for East Grand Bahama spoke about the fact that those court costs can be covered by the state, by the Bahamian government, Madam Speaker, by the judiciary, if that's the case. But what I'm speaking to is the right to civil proceeding claims. So the right to civil proceeding claims, Madam Speaker, do exist under this bill for persons that have been smuggled here, persons that have voluntarily entered the country illegally. And I can remain in the country while that civil claim is being carried out, or I can be removed from the country, Madam Speaker. And even if I'm removed from the country, the claim can still move forward and an order be given. So imagine that, Madam Speaker. Every other civil claimant that's a Bahamian in this country needs to be in attendance during the case. They need to present evidence during the case, Madam Speaker. They don't need to present evidence?
The chair recognizes the honourable member for Freetown.
From at least the time when I acted as a judge, I believe in 2012, we had the provision of taking evidence by video link. I recall presiding over a case where the witness never touched the Bahamas and attended the consulate in Miami and gave his evidence from there. That is built in to our system now. And you don't have to touch ground here. During COVID, it was the practice that you didn't have to come to the court. Since COVID, you need release to do it, and you need to give a reason. I know at least that much, and I've been inactive from practice for 4 years.
Thank you, honourable member.
Excellent, Madam Speaker. So, Madam Speaker, Section 18, subsection 3 reads, the immigration status of a smuggled migrant or the absence from the jurisdiction of the smuggled migrant due to the return of the smuggled migrant to his home country or due to any other reason shall not prevent the court from ordering payment of compensation under this section. Where does it include a provision for evidence, Madam Speaker, to be given there? It's giving the right. It's giving the right for an order to be granted under this bill, Madam Speaker. It's giving what we understand may be human rights that have been, international human rights that have been agreed to. And there's nothing in here to say that evidence has to be given. And, Madam Speaker, which countries are our migrants going back to if we deport them? Yeah, which countries, not a general term.
The U.S.
Okay, U.S., Honduras, China, Britain, Italy, Czechoslovakia. So all of the countries that they're being sent back to, they have this ability to video conference in to give evidence in court. Even all parts of Haiti. Even all parts of Haiti? Because my point is that this bill provides for persons to have civil claims and orders given in them without the need for evidence to be proven. Where is it in the bill?
Order, Madam Speaker.
The chair recognizes the honorable member for Freetown.
I had something to do with the early legal training of the member for St. Anne's. And a court cannot give a judgment other than in accordance with its rules. And when it talks about a court ordering compensation, to suggest that somehow now you don't have to start an action in the Supreme Court and don't have to now comply with the current rules of the Supreme Court is beyond the pale. You would have to comply with the rules of the court.
Thank you, honorable member.
So, Madam Speaker, the provisions for civil proceedings are not clear under this bill, and that's another reason why this bill in its entirety should be withdrawn. Madam Speaker, as I said before, this bill provides temporary status. This bill still provides immunity, emergency medical care, protection against violence, appropriate assistance, right to civil proceeding claims, including claims without orders while the claimant is absent from the jurisdiction. We've gone over so far the need that persons that are actually being smuggled into the country should be subject to an offense as well. The government administration has indicated that they'll remove the automatic immunity, but we also have other issues that make it more complicated than it needs to be, in my opinion, to prove an offense against an individual that is actually smuggling the migrants. So these are, for want of a better term, I think it's an accurate term, the bad guys in the arrangement, the ones that are moving the people. So currently, the definition of smuggling of migrants, smuggles a migrant, means to obtain directly or indirectly a financial or other material benefit for procuring the illegal entry or illegal landing of a person. What this definition and what this particular element, the direct or indirect obtaining of financial or other material benefit, what that creates with this offense is something that in probably 7 of 10 cases is going to be impossible to prove. So if we're serious about stopping smuggling, why overcomplicate the offense? What we want is when we catch people that are smuggling others, for them to receive the sentence, Madam Speaker, of, on summary, 1 year and 100,000, on other charges, a period on conviction of information, up to 250,000 and imprisonment. What I would recommend, if this bill goes through, despite the opposition objecting to its passing, what I would recommend is when there is a bill that is going to criminalize the smuggling of migrants, that it does not include the additional language in the current definition. I would suggest that we strike out the words means to obtain directly or indirectly a financial or other material benefit. And the definition would just read, smuggling of migrants means for procuring the illegal entry or illegal landing of a person. In my opinion, if you find 2 people landing, if you find 1 person landing in the country, 1 person alone, you can prove that that person landed illegally. You won't be able to charge them under the smuggling of migrants bill, but you can charge them under the existing legislation that we have for illegal entry in the Commonwealth of the Bahamas. But the moment you have two persons, Madam Speaker, you now get into a situation where one is the dominant and one is the submissive. One is the dependent, one is the one in charge. If you can identify of those two persons which is the one in charge, that's the one you charge with smuggling, and the other person who may be the individual that was simply smuggled into the country under the direction of the other experienced person, you may decide whether to charge them or not with an offense under another bill. But don't go and give every person that is organizing these smuggling operations an easy out by not being able to prove that they directly or indirectly obtained a financial or other material benefit for the act that they've carried out. The offense as it is going to almost in every instance be impossible and highly unlikely to prove. You see that in the definition, Madam Speaker, of smuggling of migrants. You also see that elsewhere in the bill, Madam Speaker. In, for instance, Section 8, harboring or attempting to harbor smuggled migrants. A person who intentionally harbors or attempts to harbor a smuggled migrant, A, to obtain directly or indirectly a financial or other material benefit, and to prevent the apprehension of the smuggled migrant, commits an offense. So you have those two elements, Madam Speaker. You have somebody who's harboring to prevent them from being captured, plus for you to convict them of this harboring offense, you have to be able to find the evidence or prove that they obtained directly or indirectly a financial or other material benefit. We don't need that, Madam Speaker. You don't need to overcomplicate the offense. You don't need, if you're trying to end this type of business, to make it almost impossible to win a case. All right? We've seen legislation recently with regard to gangs, where more than one person being involved in activity is sufficient to convict them along with the person that carried out the offense. There are ways that you can draft legislation, draft laws on crime in this country where you don't have to depend on a complaint, Madam Speaker. So let's not make it necessary for there to be someone who complains that they were smuggled. Let's not make it necessary for us to convict a criminal smuggler that we have to prove he indirectly or directly obtained a financial or material gain. Those are strikes against us. We don't need to weaken our position, Madam Speaker. We need to strengthen our position as Bahamians. And Madam Speaker, that is the fundamental reason why members of the opposition have continued from beginning of debate today when the sun was up to where I am now when the sun is down, and we will continue throughout the rest of the day, Madam Speaker, until we've completed the third reading of this bill. We will object to the passing of this legislation, Madam Speaker, because what we need to be doing in the country now is strengthening our position, not weakening it in any way. And for those reasons, Madam Speaker, I confirm with my other colleagues of His Majesty's loyal opposition that I am opposed to the passing of this bill, even with the proposed amendments that have not yet been tabled. And to my learned friend, my senior at Lockhart and Monroe, Freetown, if you would be minded to read through the amendments that you've had circulated through the clerk's team, you'll note that amendment of the part heading in Part 3 calls for the deletion of the word victims, and by substitution thereof, the word smuggled migrants. But the proposed amendment does not go through and remove other mentions of the word victims in this bill, where it should be smuggled migrants. You'll find use of the word victims in at least 17.1. You'll find use of the word victim in 18.1. Madam Speaker, so if we are now changing the position from victims to smuggled migrants, then let's be detail-oriented and have it amended in all areas where the word victim is mentioned. Such amendments should appear in the proposed amendment, which they do not. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Honourable Member. Asmini, the Chair recognizes the Honourable Member for South Beach.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Thank you for recognizing me. Madam Speaker, and honorable members of this House, I will do my endeavor to commit to you that I will not be long before you today, as I know that matters which address immigration and border control and national sovereignty are the apex of issues whom those of us in public life will ever get to debate, and that these opportunities are one that are never to be missed by any person who take their public duty and life and its longevity very seriously. As usual, Madam Speaker, let me state that this Member of Parliament for the constituency of South Beach stands here once again today in the strength of God, wrapped in the love of his family, anchored by Team South Beach, and with the support of the people of South Beach, whom I have the privilege to speak on their behalf. Madam Speaker, just before I get to the bill at hand, I would like to bring to the people of South Beach, to bring to their attention this 4-year review report that would have been submitted and dropped off at every doorstep in the constituency. It's just a booklet that documents the entire work that we would have done over the past 4 years. She should have received hers. Yeah, I can get it to you. I can get it to you. Additionally, Madam Speaker, to the people of South Beach, for the people of South Beach, Madam Speaker, additionally, for the people of South Beach, I want to extend sincere thanks to the member of Central and South Eleuthera, the Minister of Works and Family Island Affairs, for seeing to it that the Bougainvillea Park is lit most beautifully during this holiday season. What we are, just recently, and we are asking the constituents to visit.
Just results.
Oh, indeed, just results. Indeed. We're asking the residents and families of the constituency to please visit the park, take some pictures, send the pictures to the constituency office where we will put together a collage and send something to the minister to say thank you. Thank you very much, Minister, once again. But, Madam Speaker, I rise today in support of the Smuggling of Migrants Bill 2025. And I rise to speak specifically and plainly about the Free Nationals Movement's new immigration slogan, which they call SHIELD. Over the past few days, Bahamians have seen polished graphics, long statements, and an alphabet of promises. My job this evening is to be straightforward, Madam Speaker, to put their words besides their record, to put their criticism besides this government's work, to ask one basic question, Madam Speaker. Who took action when they had the chance? And who now sits in opposition, tearing down the efforts of others? Madam Speaker, the FNM has built an entire campaign around 6 letters. D for disclosed data, L for limit approvals, E for end fairness and encourage stronger penalties, I for investigate political abuse, S for secure our lands and to secure our land and end illegal occupation, and H for heightened surveillance. These letters, Madam Speaker, are wrapped in a poetic language about trust, order, and sovereignty. And if you did not know, Madam Speaker, the recent history of this country or our nation, you might think that these ideas are new ones. Every one of these things were available to them when they held office. They had the authority, had the resources, and the power to act, but they did not. Now they oppose, Madam Speaker. They criticize, and they seek to pull apart a bill that actually tightens the law. Madam Speaker, let me start with the S in SHIELD. The S in their SHIELD slogan. Secure our land and end illegal occupation. For years, under the previous Minister administration, Bahamians were told that unregulated communities or shanty towns would be cleared down. A deadline was announced. Even eviction notices were issued to these communities. The residents went to court, and injunctions were granted, and the process came to a screeching halt, Madam Speaker. On New Providence, the record is clear. The F&M did not lawfully clear down one shanty town community. They had the chance to design a proper approach, to gather data, to engage social services, to return to court with a structured plan, and indeed, Madam Speaker, to follow through. But they did not. They left office with the same long-standing communities still in place. Under this Davis administration, the approach shifted, Madam Speaker. Operation Secure was put in place. Survey teams went into those communities. Residents were counted. Bahamians and lawful residents were identified. Files went back before the courts. When the legal pathway opened, Madam Speaker, we struck. Demolition began. 7 unregulated communities have already been removed during this term in office, Madam Speaker. Hundreds of illegal structures in New Providence, Abaco, Eleuthera, and other islands have come down, Madam Speaker. New actions are underway in Andros and the remaining sites here in New Providence. This, Madam Speaker, is real work carried out under lawful authority. So when the F&M says, secure our lands and end illegal occupation, they are promising to do the very thing they refused to do or failed to do when the responsibility sat in their laps, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, the H in this SHIELD slogan stands for heightened surveillance. They promised that under Operation SHIELD, they will strengthen maritime patrols, work closely with regional and United States partners, and crack down on smuggling. It reads, Madam Speaker, almost like a brand new baby, like a fresh concept. But let's look at the reality. Under this government, Madam Speaker, the Royal Bahamas Defense Force has been interdicting vessels involved in irregular migration and suspected smuggling at levels never seen before in this country, Madam Speaker. There have been hundreds of such interdictions during this term. Nearly 12,000 migrants have been apprehended at sea and handed over for processing and return. Many of those vessels were inbound from Haiti and Cuba, and many others were outbound from Bimini and Grand Bahama and other northern islands, carrying people who paid thousands of dollars for the illegal first leg or last leg towards South Florida. Active operations with partners under this administration, Madam Speaker, have become standard practice. There are joint patrols, information sharing, and coordinated operations in our waters and beyond our waters. The F&M, Madam Speaker, had 4.5 years to heighten surveillance. They now sit in opposition and demand what is already in motion. They oppose the bill, or this bill, that gives sharper legal tools to the same defense force and immigration officers who are delivering at record pace, Madam Speaker. The D in the SHIELD slogan, Madam Speaker, their D is for disclose data. Their material says they will publish long overdue reports, Madam Speaker, and put findings and recommendations in the public domain. Well, let's recall this, Madam Speaker. Let's bring to your remembrance, Bahamas. Let's bring to your remembrance who we really dealing with. This the same party who signed the Hoban Agreement without following proper procedure, that refused to bring the heads of agreement into light, and that resisted scrutiny until public pressure became too strong or too much for them to bear, Madam Speaker. During their term in office, Kalani, I hate to do this to you. During their term in office, they did not provide regular detailed updates to Parliament and the public on interdictions, repatriations, and they did not inform us of enforcement costs the same way that the Minister of National Security in this administration does. They did not bring a national policy framework, Madam Speaker, on immigration to the Bahamian people. Today, Madam Speaker, they call and they stand and call for transparency. When they had the lever of power, they did not deliver, Madam Speaker. Now they oppose, and they seek, Madam Speaker, they seek to weaken the credibility of a government that is in fact reporting more to the public than they ever did. The L, Madam Speaker, in this SHIELD slogan promises to limit approvals and offer efficient support for migrants who follow the rules. The E promises to end unfairness and enforce stronger penalties. In fact, Madam Speaker, they are promising consistent decision-making, thorough vetting, cooperation with foreign security partners, and serious consequences for breaches. Well, Madam Speaker, that is everything one would expect from a responsible administration. I mean, you're getting it right now. Again, the question is simple. Did they do it when they had the lever of power? No, they didn't, Madam Speaker. Under their watch, there was no published framework setting out how citizenship, residency, and work permit decisions would be prioritized. There were no clear explanations to the public on how competing demands were being balanced. Under this administration, however, Madam Speaker, enforcement has moved to record levels. 2022, nearly 4,800 people were repatriated. 2023, that figure rose to just under 5,000. Across this term, approximately, Madam Speaker, 13,000 people with no right to remain in this country have been returned. The Carmichael Road Detention Center, which I live right down the road, so I know, in the past has been long overcrowded. People sitting out in the yard. Now sees a serious reduction in population because the people are being processed and sent back. I hear you, Kalani. That is how limit approvals operates in practice, Madam Speaker. You enforce the law, you manage the backlogs, and you make sure the people who have no status to remain are removed. The FNM had the opportunity to make or to take this kind of systematic approach. They did not. But today, just today, this morning, they stand outside this house with graphics in their hand to criticize those of us who are now trying to get something done, to criticize those who are now left to do what they could not do. Madam Speaker, the I speaks to investigate political abuse. They promised a select committee to Parliament and an immigration oversight board. They could have set up such board, Madam Speaker. They could have set up and initiate such committee. They did not. Now, as an opposition force, they wrap themselves in the language of accountability while seeking to what? Kill a bill that helps to take smuggling networks apart in this region, Madam Speaker. They had their chance, Madam Speaker, and they did nothing, Madam Speaker. Now they oppose, Madam Speaker. Oppose for what? Just to oppose?
The chair recognizes the honourable member for St. Anne's.
I appreciate the good member's contribution, but the issue of the select committee was already ventilated when Fox Hill was here, and Madam Speaker, you will recall he did acknowledge that the opposition did everything to bring that forward for debate, and that the government turned that down during the debate, but that was the only issue. So he probably had that written in there. I'm just suggesting before he realized that Fox Hill was wrong, and he's, again, wrong on that particular point. Otherwise, great contribution.
Thank you, honourable member.
Madam Speaker, they claim that this bill misses every operational propriety because it does not recite patrol hours, radar readiness, or boat seizures numbers. But they know, Madam Speaker, they know that criminal legislation is not the place to set parole schedules and technical performance indicators. Those matters lie within policy and within budget statements. Again, Madam Speaker, the pattern is clear. When they were responsible for policy, they did nothing. They did not bring a modern smuggler's law to this House. Now that someone else is trying to fix this gap, they oppose, they criticize, and they try to pull down every effort. Madam Speaker, while they issue press statements and promise future action, this administration is already working on a four-link front. First, a clear framework through the National Policy Framework on Immigration and the National Address on Irregular Migrants and Unregulated Communities. Second, strong enforcement at sea with the Defense Force eradicating vessels in large numbers in cooperation with partners within our region. Third, a strong enforcement on land with Operation securely in place, tackling irregular shantytown communities through lawful process and demolition of hundreds of illegal structures, Madam Speaker. Fourthly, legislative strengthening through this bill, which gives prosecutors a focused offense that covers the planners, the vessel owners, the financiers, the transporters, the landlords, document forger, backed by heavy penalties, Madam Speaker. These are the actions of a government that has moved from acknowledgement, Madam Speaker, to confrontation of the problem. Bahamians want a firm stance on illegal immigration. They want smugglers punished, Madam Speaker. They want irregular communities addressed. They want the message sent boldly, loudly, and clear throughout the region, Madam Speaker, that this country is not an easy getaway for those who ignore our laws. And Bahamians are smart, Madam Speaker. They're witty. They're also capable of recognizing when a political party is trying to rewrite its own record. The FNM, Madam Speaker, 4.5 years in office. They could have brought forward this shield plan long time. They could have strengthened surveillance. They could have cleared shanty towns within the law. They could have modernized immigration legislation. They could have set up oversight boards. They did none of these things, Madam Speaker. Now they oppose a bill. For what? Madam Speaker, they oppose a bill that targets smuggling. They pick at the efforts of those who are acting when they pretended that a series And they pretend, Madam Speaker, that a series of posters substitute for work they refused to do when they were entrusted with governance and government. The smuggling bill, the smuggling of migrants bill, Madam Speaker, has raised questions, as all new laws do. But it is a serious step towards making smuggling riskier and a less attractive business, Madam Speaker. It complements the enforcement and the policy measures already in place. It deserves support from anyone who is sincere about tackling illegal immigration. For these reasons, Madam Speaker, I support the Smuggling of Immigrants Bill 2025. And I reject, Madam Speaker, I reject the attempt by the opposition to tear it down while claiming that they hold the answers they failed to use when they held the reins, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, this bill is clearly not only about punishment. Instead, Madam Speaker, it is about protection. This bill is not only about deterrence, Madam Speaker, it is about dignity. This bill, Madam Speaker, is not only about securing our borders. Instead, Madam Speaker, it is about securing our humanity. Yes. And in that balance, Madam Speaker, we find justice. Madam Speaker, this bill is not abstract, it is urgent. This bill, Madam Speaker, speaks to the protection of our borders, the safeguarding of our communities, and the preservation of our national integrity, Madam Speaker. What we are doing here today is nation building. And so I invite all to let us act in unity. Let us act with conviction, Madam Speaker. Let us act with the same sense of duty that the people has entrusted us. Madam Speaker, I commend the smuggling of migrant bill that has been brought before this honorable House today. And I take my seat. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Honourable Member Asmini. The Chair recognizes the Honourable Member for Killarney.
I was here minding my own business today. He come board me. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, we are fast approaching Christmas. It's very little I ask for personally, but I do ask for many things for my constituents, and I think it would make the greatest gift possible for the residents, some residents of Killarney. All I ask for Christmas gift for my constituents is repair of the streets of Bohemia West. We need asphalt badly. That would be the greatest gift all members of Bohemia West would accept and enjoy. I also ask for the NICO condominiums, the damage in their roadway that we, all governments, are responsible for. That would be the greatest gift given to those individuals in that community. And so with the residents of South Ocean. They too would be happy, ho, 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 if they too were given proper roadway. And then, Madam Speaker, the other day I saw even an individual walking the Cable Beach Strip in a Santa Claus outfit. And they said, the greatest gift you can give to me to carry and inform the residents of Killarney that the street lights from the western end of Goodman's Bay to Seaview Avenue past the Goodman's Bay Corporate Center, if those street lights were lit, if not today, at least by Christmas. Madam Speaker, that's the greatest gift you can give me. As for Oban, before I get into my debate.
Define. What?
I addressed that on numerous occasions. And I will address that, and I will address that again at the end of my debate. But, Madam Speaker, just briefly, in 2012, after the PLP won, the most famous words I heard were stop, review, and cancel. Those words resonated in my mind, and they made sense. And in 2017, when we became government, I ensured that government should be continuous. There will be no stop, there will be no review, there will be no cancel. Hence, Oban's file were brought forth because it was supposedly completed, and we signed and subsequently take all responsibility. But, Madam Speaker, today's bill is a very important and significant bill, has both national and international implications. And I would like to see both parties get together and, if necessary, even put the bill in committee, because this has serious ramification on us internationally. And it should be a bill that is voted upon unanimously. But I rise today to make my contribution to this Smuggling and Migrant Bill 2025. Human smuggling is a vexing problem in our country. We are immediately offshore of the richest country in the world. People who want to go there use our country as a transit point, and sadly, too many Bahamians are willing to get involved with this illegal and immoral trafficking of persons, business into the United States. And sometimes this includes well-connected individuals. The money made can be quite high, with smugglers charging more than $10,000 per head, based on what country the smuggled person is from. The smuggling of migrants is already illegal, but this bill seeks to toughen the regime against this crime. It also seeks to protect the rights of smuggled migrants, to promote border security, to strengthen interagency and international cooperation, and to fulfill our international obligations. Under the bill, a person who commits an offense of smuggling under subsection 1 is liable, A, on summary conviction, to a fine not exceeding $100,000 or to imprisonment for a term not exceeding 7 years or to both. And B, on conviction on information, to a fine not exceeding $200,000 or to imprisonment for a term not exceeding 10 years or both. A person who commits an offense of smuggling with aggravation under subsection 4 is liable, A, on summary conviction, to a fine not exceeding $250,000 or imprisonment for a term not exceeding 7 years or to both. B, a non-conviction on information, to a fine not exceeding $300,000 or to imprisonment for a term not exceeding 15 years or both. These are just some of the penalties outlined in the legislation. The penalties are aggressive, including seizure orders, in order to deter people from even thinking about involvement
in human smuggling. What is most important, Madam Speaker, is for us to enforce these laws. We are a nation that is great on passing laws, but we are a disaster when it comes to enforcement. Madam Speaker, driving here to Parliament today, passing Goodman's Bay, there were more than 40 children on the park utilizing the swings, the sliding boards, and running around. And speeding next to those individuals were cars driving on the Goodman's Bay Park. There are parking facilities. Madam Speaker, I said it in this Parliament before, and I want to remind this Parliament, because I do not want any disaster to be on their conscience. That area should be blockaded, because anytime you put chains, individuals move the chains and send their vehicles, cars, and trucks through. Obviously, these individuals have no respect for the law, and therefore it should be blocked off so as to save, possibly, some disaster outcome to our kids or individuals utilizing the park. Our kids could be in danger, and I would not want to read in the newspaper before or after the Christmas that there was an accident on Goodman's Bay where a child was knocked down by a car and possibly killed. We often make laws, Madam Speaker, with strong penalties. However, the Bahamas fails consistently when it comes to enforcement. We can be a beautiful country, a successful country. Enforcement is easy. I've watched Bahamians travel from here to Miami, and you'd never believe it's the same individual who walked off the plane, who walked on the plane with me, totally disordered, disorganized, and walking off the plane in Miami or Fort Lauderdale or wherever, and the most law-abiding citizen you can see. Why is it that they can follow laws in another man's country but break them here in their own? Madam Speaker, if we want to be, we brag about being like Singapore. Singapore was made because of law enforcement. We have that opportunity. Let's do it. We often tolerate or turn a blind eye or benefit from a culture of corruption and criminality. Corruption cost this country, listen carefully, over $1 billion per year. Yeah, you can hear it again. Approximately $1.3 billion. According to UN, their statistics, 5% of GDP. About $700 million we lose annually to corruption. According to the IDB report, we lose another $100 million as a result of murders. And then according to reports, we lose about 16% of investment because of corruption. That totals about $1.3 billion. If we were to only manage or save 500 to 600 million of that, imagine we'd have more money for health, more money for education, more money for social services. We would possibly be in the position to reduce taxes as opposed to continuously increasing. These are simple things to do. Just as you are a law-abiding citizen, when you travel, for God's sake, enforce our laws. Follow our laws. Sometimes, Madam Speaker, officials are over-friendly or take contributions from individuals charged in other jurisdictions with human smuggling, human trafficking. And I only want to say, again, on the matter of corruption, corruption breeds poverty and increases income inequality. So when we talk about war against poverty, let's first start a war against corruption and ensure law enforcement. What message does this send to the Bahamian people and other government about our participation in gangsterism and all manner of corrupt practices? Madam Speaker, much of our crime problem results from the inability of the state to enforce laws in a timely manner. If we are to realize the potential of this legislation, police and prosecutors need the training and resources to bring forward more human smuggling prosecutions. People involved must be arrested, successfully prosecuted, and jailed in order for a deterrent to be established to this offense. This bill gets at more than just the people who physically smuggle migrants. It also addresses those who are involved with the broader conspiracy, which sometimes includes those in public office. The legislation addresses those who intentionally harbors or attempts to harbor a smuggled migrant. A, to obtain directly or indirectly a financial or other material benefit. B, and to prevent the apprehension of the smuggled migrant commits an offense and is liable on summary conviction to a fine not exceeding $100,000 or to imprisonment for a term not exceeding 2 years or to both. A person who abets or conspires to commit an offense under Section 8 commits an offense and is liable on summary conviction to a fine not exceeding $100,000 or to imprisonment for a term not exceeding 2 years or to both. These penalties, Madam Speaker, are important in that they get at broader networks of people who help smugglers. A person who harbors or helps a smuggler should be regarded as part of the criminal network. The proposed law also puts increased responsibilities on those who run vessels. A master, captain, or agent of a conveyance who fails to verify that every person on the conveyance possesses the relevant identity and travel documents required to enter our Bahamas, commits an offense and is liable on summary conviction to a fine not exceeding $100,000. A master captain or agent of a conveyance who fails to notify the competent authorities that a person has attempted to travel or has traveled on that conveyance without the identity and travel documents required to enter the Bahamas commits an offense, and in addition to any other penalty provided in any other written law, is liable on summary conviction to a fine not exceeding $150,000. Madam Speaker, in human smuggling operations, the victims are the smuggled people, keen to escape the desperation of their homelands. They fall prey to criminals and criminal organizations. this bill requires that we look after the victims of these crimes before we return them to their homelands. There is a right to urgent medical care. There is a responsibility of protection of smuggled migrants against violence, and assistance must be given to smuggled migrants whose lives are in danger. Smuggled individuals, Madam Speaker, also have the right under this bill to sue in civil court the person or people who smuggled them. Madam Speaker, I would like to address another issue related to migratory people that is of great national concern. I want to encourage the government to keep executing the shantytown removal policy. This is a policy started by my administration. There was a court injunction against us, which a number of people found curious. That injunction was lifted during the PLP's term. The government has cleared shanty towns across the country. This was necessary. In the past, we have been too slack and too permissive when it comes to these unregulated communities, which are a danger to the residents of those communities as well as to the broader society. We have allowed illegal shanty towns to be built and to spread across the archipelago. Madam Speaker, just to divert. I remembered when I was Minister of Health, there were outbreaks in this country of tuberculosis, and there were several cases of malaria, which had posed great danger to our tourist industry. We were being punished for that by the first world countries, and which could have damaged the economy of the Bahamas. These were believed to have commenced within shanty towns. And as Minister of Health and a doctor, I had the privilege of going into the bush, looking for individuals who were living in the bush, living in shantytown, and providing them with medical care, ensuring that they did not have tuberculosis, trying to minimize the spread of tuberculosis and malaria. I say that to say that those individuals need to be regulated and given proper medical care, because in an unregulated manner, they pose great health risk to your country and disaster to your economy. So don't ever take it lightly. We have allowed illegal shanty towns to be built and to spread across the archipelago. We allowed large shanty towns to develop in New Providence and across Abaco, which resulted in a variety of problems. The consequences have been tremendous and terrible for our country. There are no official statistics to inform us, but certain reasonable assumptions can be made. There are tens of thousands of undocumented people and their descendants in the Bahamas as a result of our failed and broken immigration system. Some of them live in shanty towns. All shanty towns must be removed through lawful means. In these shanty towns, Madam Speaker, they have an underground economy. That economy represents millions and millions of dollars, and they should be introduced into our traditional economy, which would help to expand the economy and have more revenues to deal with health, education, social services, and others. those found in those communities who have no legal right in the Bahamas should be deported. Individuals, regardless to whether they are from shanty town, west, east, north, or south, if they are illegally here, should be removed. Those who are entitled to documentation should be given their proper document so they can become a part of the society. I will smile in the camera as I speak the truth. Look at the camera. We must send a strong message to potential undocumented peoples who might come to the Bahamas. You will not be able to set up illegal communities if you come here. That message must be sent loud and clear. Madam Speaker, we will not tolerate our laws being broken in this manner, which sometimes leads to other illegal activities. Madam Speaker, as they disturb me, I get my 2 minutes back. With ad hoc electricity setups and no proper sewage systems, the communities are fire hazards and public health threats. There have been numerous major fires at shanty towns over the years. The Davis administration must finish the work we started and press forward until there are no shanty towns left in our homeland. This is an achievable goal, but we must achieve it together. If they are ended, fewer people may consider coming to the Bahamas because they would know that we are no longer a permissive environment that allows undocumented people to set up illegal communities and live in the open. The Bahamas must come to grips with its immigration crisis. Ending shanty towns will help. I know the Prime Minister does not think we have an immigration crisis, but he's wrong. And the Bahamian people think he is wrong. The crisis of illegal immigration is threatening Bahamian control of the Bahamas. We as a people must pressure the sitting government to do more. Thus far, they seem indifferent to the crisis we see all around us, all over New Providence, Grand Bahama, and the Family Islands. In fact, the governing party seems too sympathetic to the cause of foreigners, while plenty Bahamians are struggling with the cost of living crisis.
The chair recognizes the honourable member for Pinewood.
Madam Speaker, I move that the House sit beyond the 7 o'clock hour.
Thank you, honourable members. It has been moved and seconded that the business of this House proceeds beyond the 7 p.m. hour. As many are in favor, will remain seated. Those opposed will stand. The motion is carried. The business of this House will now proceed beyond the 7 p.m. hour. You may proceed, Colonel.
Time flying, I thought it was 5 o'clock. We must make our leaders who we elected to power govern on our behalf. The Bahamian people should not sit silently by as more and more undocumented people gain rights in our country while Bahamians are struggling. The PLP used to say, Bahamians first. Perhaps this was just a slogan to get votes. Bahamians must speak up and demand change. This is our homeland. We must defend it or otherwise lose it. The father of the nation, the late Sir Lyndon Pinland, has said, we either fight for it or we lose it. Those words still hold today. We either fight for our nation or we will lose it. Madam Speaker, I am happy to hear that Section 11 of the bill had been withdrawn. I had a concern, but I'm happy that it was withdrawn. And again, I close. Boy, y'all sending everything over here to attack me. Jesus, you're sending mosquito and all. Normally you would bite me like sandflies where I can't see, but at least I could have seen that one. But Madam Speaker, I close by asking the Minister of Works, member for Central and South Eleuthera, please make me happy for Christmas. Give me my gift. Make my constituents happy, and I am happy. I personally don't need anything, but I would be most happy with the road paving Bohemia West, Nico Condominium, Ruby Avenue, South Ocean, and my lights on the Government Bay Park, and save our children on the Goodman's Bay Park. Allow them to exercise freely. Allow them to move about freely without having to back aside of some car running through the park. Put the stumps in so as to block the entrance, because chains do not work. If individuals need to go into the park, park in the parking lot. If they need to carry a tent, parking lot and carry a tent. If you need to carry your beers or whatever it is, drink, whatever, park in the parking lot and walk into the park. Madam Speaker, Kalani rests.
Thank you, Honourable Member Asmini. The chair recognizes the Honourable Member for West Grand Bahama and Bimini.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I rise today on behalf of the great constituency of West Grand Bahama and Bimini, and also with a profound sense of urgency and national duty to lend my full and unwavering support to the Smuggling of Migrants Bill 2025. Madam Speaker, I would also like to acknowledge my daughter, Kiaja, who is in the stands here tonight, supporting her father. But before I get into that, Madam Speaker, to the families and loved ones across West Grand Bahama Bimini constituency who are grieving their loss of Garrick Lewis Jr., my godchild, Raina Mufford, Marquita Sanders, Captain Edmund Austin Dames, and Walter Moore. Words feel inadequate in the face of such profound sorrow. I share in your pain and stand with you in this difficult time. Please accept my deepest condolences. Madam Speaker, I must also take a brief but sincere moment to congratulate my new parliamentary colleague, the Honourable Member for Golden Isles, Mr. Darren Pickstock, on his election and his maiden contribution to this House last week. I must also, with a smile, offer him my deepest thanks. I am profoundly grateful to finally pass the mantle of the rookie MP to him. So I say to him, carry that mantle proudly and do well. Also, Madam Speaker, I would like to congratulate the organizers and committee members for the Grand Bahama Games held over a few weeks. I would also like to thank our team coordinator, Mr. John Ingram, and all the coaches of the various disciplines for a job well done. Though West Grand Bahama and Bimini Blue Marlins came third overall with the bronze medal, I am extremely proud of all the athletes who participated in making the games a success. I, too,
like the member for Central Grand Bahama, would like to point out the participation of our young people throughout the island of Grand Bahama. I was impressed with the level of play, and I'm encouraged by what I saw and can safely say that the future of sports is alive and well on the island. But if it is one athlete that I would like to acknowledge from the Blue Marlins, is a young man age 11 who played tall amongst the men in the sport of baseball and softball. Our second baseman, Imari Pablo Knowles. Hats off to you, young man. Continue to do well. Madam Speaker, on December 4th, 2025, it was a profound, unforgettable moment at the NBA's game between the Golden State Warriors and the Philadelphia 76ers, featuring Buddy Hield and VJ Edgecombe. I note that Eric Gordon also played in that game for the 76ers. All three of them make up the Bahamas national basketball team. However, these two men, our sons of the soil, were raised on our shores, in our communities, under our Bahamian sun. Their journey from the courts of Grand Bahama and the sands of Bimini to the bright lights of the National Basketball Association is the living, breathing definition of possibility. It is the clearest proof that no matter where you start, West Grand Bahama and Bimini can produce world-class greatness. To Buddy, to VJ, thank you for representing the very best of us. Your success is our success. And further, Madam Speaker, on behalf of the people of West Grand Bahama and Bimini, I congratulate Jeremiah Smith for being named the Big Ten receiver for the second year in a row. Jeremiah plays for Ohio State University and wears number 4 on his jersey. What is it? Jeremiah's strength and talent runs deep in Bahamian roots. He is the great-grandson of Cyril Smith, a legendary figure in Bahamian boxing, and Beryl Butler Smith of Bimini, a true pioneer in the tourism industry who trailblazed by selling authentic Bahamian straw hats and baskets to visitors and sharing local cuisine at a brother's restaurant. He is also the great-grandnephew of Yama Bahama, a trailblazing Bahamian boxer, and the grandnephew of Danny Smith, a world-class hurdler and an honored member of the Bahamian Sports Hall of Fame. Jeremiah's lineage of talent extends to his first cousin, Geno Smith, the dynamic NFL quarterback of the Oakland Raiders. Jeremiah is frequent to Bimini, and most recently, he held a giveaway to the kids in Bimini during this past summer. But Madam Speaker, as I move on to the bill, in my short 2 years of sitting in this honorable house, I believe today was the worst day for the opposition in trying to oppose the legislation just for opposing's sake. Madam Speaker. You agree, Doc? You agree, Kalani? It shows, Madam Speaker, either they don't have a firm grasp of the legislation presented today, or they are following the other party and trying to mislead the Bahamian people. But Madam Speaker, this smuggling of migrants bill is not merely another piece of legislation. This is a long overdue shield for our sovereignty, a lifeline for the vulnerable, and a decisive blow against the criminal enterprises that seek to exploit our borders and our people. Madam Speaker, for too long, the Bahamas has operated with a critical gap in its legal armor. We ratified the United Nations Protocol against the smuggling of migrants in 2008. Yet for 16 years, we have lacked the dedicated domestic law to fully honor that commitment. This void has created confusion for our investigators and prosecutors, leaving them to piece together charges from archaic and scattered provisions in customs and immigration acts, while modern smuggling tactics evolve in the shadows. This bill before us finally closes that gap. transforming international promises into enforceable Bahamian law. Madam Speaker, I speak today with the specific burden and insight as the member for West Grand Bahama and Bimini. The name West End, Bimini, has for years been unfairly and painfully synonymous with smuggling and headlines. This stigma is a scar on our community. It casts a shadow over the hardworking, law-abiding citizens of those islands, over our pristine waters, and over our legitimate tourism and fishing industries. We are tired of being a footnote in crime reports. This bill is our collective answer. It is our tool to aggressively reclaim our narrative, protect our reputation, and tell the world that West End, Bimini, and all of the Bahamas is closed for business to smugglers. Madam Speaker, this legislation provides the teeth our enforcement agencies have been begging for. It clearly defines the crime, moving beyond simple illegal entry to target the sophisticated, profitable networks behind it. The bill criminalizes the entire chain, from organizing and directing to harboring to enabling illegal stay and the use of fraudulent documents. And critically, it imposes penalties that truly match the severity of the crime. Fines of up to $300,000 and prison sentences of up to 15 years for aggravated offenses, which include endangering lives or smuggling children, send an ambiguous message that if you prey on human hope for profit in Bahamian territory, you will face the full, formidable weight of Bahamian justice. Madam Speaker, I want us to be clear about what we are combating. Migrant smuggling is a transnational business of human misery. It is not a victimless crime. These networks pack people into unseaworthy vessels, risking lives on the treacherous banks for pure greed. This bill rightly distinguishes smuggling from human trafficking, focusing on the procurement of illegal entry for profit, often organized crime. By adopting this focused law, we are not only protecting our borders, but joining a serious global fight against the criminal syndicates that see people as cargo and our archipelago as a transit route. Madam Speaker, I feel compelled to address the fog of misinformation that some on the outside are attempting to spread about this vital legislation. There are those who would have the public believe that this bill makes illegal entry legal or provides a path to citizenship. Madam Speaker, let me be direct. These claims are blatant falsehoods, reckless sensationalism, not rooted in a single fact of the text before us. Illegal entry and overstaying remain fully punishable crimes under the Immigration Act. Madam Speaker, this bill does not repeal them. It operates alongside them. Furthermore, to claim this bill expedites naturalization is a complete fiction. Another point, Madam Speaker, there is no section, no clause, not a single line in this bill that mentions permanent residence, naturalization, or citizenship. Madam Speaker, to think that members sitting in this honorable House and those seeking to sit in this honorable House would seek to convince the Bahamian people that this bill is meant for otherwise. We must not allow deliberate distortions to cloud the critical, unanimous support this national security imperative deserves. Madam Speaker, we are not embarking on this path alone. This bill smartly aligns the Bahamas with regional best practices. Our CARICOM sisters, Antigua and Barbuda, with their 2010 Act, and St. Kitts and Nevis, which just this year adopted their 2024 Anti-Smuggling Act, have shown the way. They have provided a model cited in even CARICOM's own regional framework, demonstrating that strong, dedicated legislation is the cornerstone of modern border security. For the Bahamas, a nation whose geography makes it a frontline state in the Atlantic, to have lagged behind is untenable. Today, we catch up and commit to leading. Madam Speaker, true strength is measured not only in the force of prosecution, but in the depth of our compassion. This bill is profoundly balanced. For the first time in our history, it explicitly enshrines protections.
The chair recognizes the member for West Grand Bahama and Bimini.
Thank you. For the first time in our history, it explicitly enshrines protection for smuggled migrants, who are often victims themselves. It guarantees urgent medical care, protection from violence, and special safeguards for children, ensuring their best interests are paramount. It upholds the critical principle of non-refoulement, ensuring we meet our international humanitarian obligations. This legislation proves we can be tough on crime and steadfast in our humanity, refusing to criminalize those who are exploited. Mr. Chairman, the operational provisions for cooperation at sea are a game changer for our Royal Bahamas Defense Force, Police Force, and Customs. By establishing clear jurisdiction over stateless vessels and enhancing protocols for international cooperation, we empower our brave men and women in uniform with the legal clarity they need to intercept, investigate, and prosecute effectively. This is vital for the proposed transnational criminal investigative unit with the United States, turning bilateral partnerships into concrete results. Mr. Chairman, I must commend the government, and particularly the Office of the Attorney General, for their foresight and diligence in bringing this comprehensive bill to this House. This is a necessary step, a bold step, and the right step for our nation's security and its soul. It addresses a foundational flaw in our legal framework that has persisted for nearly 2 decades. Mr. Chairman, this bill is about more than law enforcement. It is about national self-determination. It is about telling our communities in West End, Bimini, and wherever else in the country that their safety and their good name matter. It is about securing our future, protecting the vulnerable, and standing with dignity on the world stage as a nation that governs its waters with both authority and principle. For these reasons, Mr. Chairman, West Grand Bahama and Bimini support this bill.
As many, the chair recognizes the honorable member for Long Island.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, I rise on behalf of the people of Long Island, on whose behalf I am honored to stand in this place. I consider it the honor and privilege of my life to serve them, my home people, the people from whence I came. Mr. Chairman, I rise on behalf of the people of Long Island and indeed on behalf of Bahamians everywhere who are watching this government attempt to ram through a bill that is simply flawed and emblematic of a government that governs by knee-jerk reaction and international showmanship rather than policy grounded in Bahamian realities. Where's Grand Bahama? What we have before us today, Mr. Deputy, and Mr. Chairman, what we have before us today is the Smuggling of Migrants Bill 2025. Mr. Deputy, over the past few weeks, there's been a firestorm of controversy, firestorm in this country about the Smuggling of Migrants Bill. We've seen protests outside this place, this Parliament. We've seen protests outside this Parliament, not just today, but prior to today. This ain't the first protest. Huh? Mr. Deputy, Mr. Chairman, we've seen an avalanche of commentary on the radio, in WhatsApp groups, and on social media. Mr. Chairman, protect me from Southern Shores, please. Mr. Chairman, across the length and breadth of the Bahamas, we've witnessed an unprecedented outpouring of dissent. It splashed across headlines and echoed in our streets. The people, Mr. Chairman, are fearful about this bill. And as a fact, on talk shows, Facebook feeds, citizens demand to know why this administration is in such a haste. Some are calling for a national referendum on the bill even. So profound is their distrust of this government and this bill. We've even seen, Mr. Chairman, at least one media house poll asking the public whether the government should go back to the drawing board and consult the Bahamian public before pressing ahead. When a bill is so controversial that the Attorney General, the Director of Communications in the Office of the Prime Minister, ZNS, and every nightly newscast are all scrambling to clarify what it does and what it does not do, that is a sign of poor consultation. That is not a sign of good consultation. That is a sign that the government has lost the confidence of the public on this issue. Mr. Deputy, Bahamians are telling us very clearly what they are afraid of. They are afraid that this bill would quietly allow smuggled migrants to remain in the Bahamas or create new rights to stay, even as the government insists that that is not the case. Their concerns and their affairs run deep, Mr. Chairman. They fear this bill will open the floodgates to a migrant crisis that our small nation cannot bear. They fear their own government is prioritizing the demands of foreign powers and international protocols over the cries of its people. They're even afraid, Mr. Chairman, that we are being turned into a buffer zone and a processing hub to satisfy the immigration agenda of others. This morning, the government itself has acknowledged these concerns being voiced by many by rushing to clarify after the fact and deleting Section 11. Deleting Section 11. You know, there are many Bahamians, West Grand Bahama and Bimini, many Bahamians questioning the timing of this bill, right before a general election. Mr. Deputy, or Mr. Chairman, this government keeps saying these fears are based on misinformation. But if a large cross-section of the Bahamian people, from over the hill to the Family Islands, can hear of a bill, can read a bill, and then conclude that it looks like, and you hear this, you read social media, you see it, that the bill looks like an asylum bill, or the bill looks like an amnesty bill, or that the bill is a foreign-driven border control bill, then the problem is not with the people. The problem is with the drafting, with the timing, with the arrogance of bringing such a sweeping law without genuine consultation. Let us examine these concerns, Mr. Chairman, because they stem from legitimate national issues that we can no longer ignore. For years, Bahamians have watched an illegal immigration crisis swell to the point of catastrophe. In the last 5 years alone, the Royal Bahamas Defense Force has interdicted 344 smuggling vessels at least, and apprehended 13,000 migrants at sea, not counting those who slipped in undetected and got onto the land. And we know there's quite a bit that did that. Our people see, you can look around, walk about, look around, walk about, walk about, walk about. We don't play that in Long Island, my brother. Our people, Mr. Deputy, see shanty towns springing up and expanding. They see classrooms bursting at the seams. They see clinics and hospitals. What's the point of order? What's the point of order?
The chair recognizes the honourable member for Yamakra.
What's the point of order?
Mr. Deputy, the member is grossly inaccurate in his submission. Shantytowns springing up all over the place is the opposite of what has happened. They have not successfully got rid of one shantytown, and he was in the last administration, not brand new. Here now talking as if he have all answers, and so misleading and so inaccurate in what he knew just happened. They did nothing about the immigration issues in this country. And we have repatriated record number of illegal immigrants. And he is saying that he knows that there are floods of persons walking around because he look around and see all of these immigrants who would have sneaked through some other means. The member, unless he has some proof to present, unless he has some proof to back up what he has presented, he should withdraw, refrain from going down this fear-mongering, scare tactics, and inaccuracies that he's just rambling on about. Go in a different direction.
Mr. Chairman, I'm not going to have this member dictate my speech in here. He can, when he speaks, he can say what he want to say. Okay? Mr. Chairman, any Bahamian can tell there's no point of order. You're just disrupting my speech. Any Bahamian can look around and run across a Haitian or someone who they could possibly know or ask or find out may be here illegally. That's just what it is. Okay? We know that is he trying to say that there are no illegal Haitians in the Bahamas? No illegal persons in the Bahamas? Please.
So the member makes clear why under the administration that he was a part of was very ineffective in doing anything about immigration, because clearly his assessment is done by walking around and looking around and guessing who is who. We have actual persons who are in the field of law enforcement who can present numbers and statistics. And accuracy is this looking around and someone can tell you down the road, it's clear why they did nothing. And unless he could present what he is saying, he should go in a different direction. He was just here, he's not brand new, and he's wrong.
The chair recognizes the honourable member.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Again, this member seems to be trying to get some extra TV time tonight. This is why the public has no confidence in this administration. You have a minister suggesting that there are no illegal persons in the Bahamas. This is what he's suggesting, that persons cannot, that there are no, please,
The chair
please, you're wasting time.
Member for Yamakra.
My time.
The member must withdraw because that was not, that is just the most absurd thing I've heard today, and I've heard many. And he should withdraw or be made for it to be struck from the record, because I did not say, I was very clear. And the member need to have some integrity in this honorable place.
The chair recognizes the honourable member.
Violate my privilege in here, not Nyama.
Mr. Chairman, I would hope that the member for Long Island will advise this House, since he is saying that he was aware of illegality happening, and he is a member of Parliament, a member of the legislature, to indicate when he reported this to immigration or the police. Otherwise, he is admitting that he is walking around, according to him, seeing people illegally here, committing an offense, and he is doing nothing about it. That is like watching somebody commit a robbery and not calling the police. There's a saying in law enforcement, if you see something, say something. Please be an example, Long Island.
Honorable member for Long Island, the honorable member from Democrat asks that you withdraw your statement.
I will do no such thing, Mr. Chairman. There's no reason for me to withdraw. Just go to PMH, and you will see the hospital is loaded with persons. These members are pretending as if they do not know that there are illegal immigrants in the Bahamas.
I will have to ask
that is a fact.
That statement be stricken from
What
the
should be
record.
stricken from this? What is the reason for?
You said that the honorable member in his statement said that there is no illegal migrants in this country. That was in.
I did not say that. I said he is suggesting by trying to say he's suggesting that there are no illegal immigrants in this country, to say to me that I am not able to say that you can walk around and know that in this town there are illegal immigrants. The shanty towns, why else would they be trying to raise the shanty towns?
So
Please.
you
Please.
are correcting your statement.
Please.
Okay.
Mr. Chairman, as I stated, from Abaco to Andres to Eleuthera to Exuma, New Providence, you have shanty towns. Shanty towns. You have no shanty town in Long Island. You have no shanty town in Long Island. You have no shanty town in Long Island. Always, my brother. Always. No shanty town. You should check Andres. You should check Andres. Mr. Chairman, if you look at the school system, for example, right, we have Bahamians complaining on a regular about classrooms bursting at the seams, clinics and hospitals being overwhelmed, neighborhoods grappling with the consequences of migration and uncontrolled migration. Who in this House? Well, firstly, Mr. Deputy, our people, even if you look in the newspapers every week, you see name-changing ads to change the name. Everybody want to be something Bahamian. Every week in the papers, you see ads concerning citizenship. But I see some Lundies. That's too Bahamian for them. Every week you see ads in the newspapers for citizenship. Speaking on citizenship and name changes. Who in this House doesn't want to punish the profiteers of human misery? I think we all do. We can all agree, Mr. Deputy, Mr. Chairman, that smugglers, those who organize, finance, facilitate, and lure desperate souls should face severe consequences. But wrapped in this ostensible crackdown are provisions that set off alarm bells nationwide, Mr. Chairman. There are many. Before I get up until the member for Freetown withdrew Section 11 this morning, many Bahamians had sounded the alarm that the bill gives immunity, a free pass to migrants who arrive here illegally. There are so many who felt that Section 11 created this pathway that some suggested, man, look, this is a way for migrants to be pardoned, those who were smuggled in here by criminal networks, effectively legalizing what was once illegal. Section 11 of the bill, Mr. Chairman, in the eyes of many Bahamians, granted that a smuggled migrant, in case you weren't listening, I acknowledge that. Section 11 granted that a smuggled migrant would not be liable to criminal prosecution under this law for illegal entry or stay. And then they came, and of course, they took it out this morning without notice to the opposition.
The chair recognizes the honourable member for Freetown.
For Long Island, I think I tutored him too. And you know, Cat Island, I seem to be the common denominator. But it is not sufficient for a legally trained legislator to say persons say that a section has this effect. If he can point to one offense that this bill creates, that a migrant could commit, that would be his first point. If he could base on his training at the law school, where you have to do statutory interpretation, and enlighten the Bahamian people on what, without prejudice to any other crime created by any other offense means, and if he could enlighten, because he's trained, he doesn't have the luxury of Marco City and other persons, or Kalani, to say, I'm not a lawyer, I don't know. If he can say what offense a migrant can commit under the Act, that without prejudice means that you're still liable to prosecution for every other offense you can commit, and he knows full well the process based on his training in immigration law, what happens when a migrant is apprehended and processed by immigration today before this bill. He cannot hide behind. Mr. Chairman, it's like he say, hey, I went out on Shirley Street and Jeremy tell me this. I think they really just listen to Jeremy, because they don't apply any sort of reasoning to it, and he's really letting me down, me having tutored him. Mr. Chairman.
The chair recognizes
Mr.
the honourable member for
Chairman,
Long Island.
Mr. Chairman, indeed, Freetown was my tutor, much more than a decade ago, but we are not in law school, nor are we in tutoring class. But I will say this, I've spoken to the fears and the concerns of the Bahamian people, and I'm speaking to what they are stating, and this is the reason why you withdrew Section 11, because you yourself know that Section 11, that Section 11 was most of...
The honourable member for Freetown.
Long Island still hasn't said one thing that has any legal sounding. And he says he is not arguing today. And this is a bill to have legal effect. And the public should bear in mind that he is saying he has no intention to put a legal mind on a bill. And that is disgraceful. But the one thing he cannot do, Mr. Chairman, is to say why another person does something. That is fundamental that you learn from the beginning. You cannot say why anyone does anything. And we've been quite clear, and the Attorney General in the press conference, contrary to what East Grand Bahama said, indicated at that point that because of the confusion, you make it abundantly clear, migrants can't commit any act, any offense created by this act. And so it's removed for that purpose. You didn't need to give immunity for something somebody can't commit.
The chair recognizes the honourable member for Long Island.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, I'm going to come to what he just said. All right? I'm getting there. But what is for sure is this member removed that very section that granted immunity, a free pass to migrants coming here from prosecution, free from prosecution. So those persons who would have arrived here illegally, he knows why he removed Section 11. He knows why.
Member for Freetown.
Mr. Chairman, that is incorrect, and what is worse, Long Island knows that is incorrect. Long Island, since he refuses to read it and being disingenuous, the terms of Section 11, and he can demonstrate we're not in school anymore, that says, without prejudice to the applicability of any other law, establishing a criminal offense, a smuggled migrant shall not be liable to criminal prosecution under this act. And so it's just very straightforward. And if he goes to the offenses creation, there is no offense that can be committed under it. Now, I am saying that he isn't concerning himself with law. He isn't concerning himself with the true construction of this bill. He is concerning himself to pandering to fears. That is what I hear him say, and he continues to say it. He's pandering to fear other than doing what a responsible legislator would do and looking at the provision.
Mr. Chairman,
recognize the honourable member for Long Island.
Mr. Chairman, this is the bill. We are debating a bill in this place. Section 11 speaks to immunity from prosecution, from prosecution for smuggled migrants. That's the actual heading of the section. They removed this morning. So if you are immune from prosecution and you're a smuggled migrant, it means that guess what? You're going to come here, you're going to get a free pass, and you're going to come here illegally, and you are not going to be prosecuted. It's right here. That's why he took it out. It's in black and white in the bill.
The chair recognizes the honourable member for Freetown.
You know, the principal of the law school, who I think teaches legal drafting, I must be cringing now because she has some responsibility for Long Island too.
No.
But every novice lawyer knows, every novice lawyer knows that captions are not aids. You read the actual words. And he is steadfastly not wanting to read the words because he knows they demonstrate that he is pandering. Pandering is not appropriate for somebody who's supposed to be leading and educating people so that they can make informed decisions. And he continues to refuse to do that.
The chair recognizes the honourable member for Long Island.
Mr. Chairman, I will certainly not have this member lecture me, but since he invites me to read the section, I will certainly read it to him. The section is headed Immunity from Prosecution of Smuggled Migrants. Without prejudice to the applicability of any other law establishing criminal offense, a smuggled migrant shall not be liable to criminal prosecution under this act. Hear that? A smuggled migrant shall not be liable to criminal prosecution under this act. Let me go further for you, Freetown. In respect of A, listen, Freetown, I'm going to school you today. Illegal entry into the receiving country or transit country, that's here, okay? B, remaining illegally in the receiving country or transit country, that's here again, or possessing a fraudulent travel or identity document, right? So you all had intended, in this particular section, for a person coming in with fraudulent documents, for a person coming here illegally, to be exempted from prosecution. That's what the section says. That's what the section says.
Mr. Chairman.
It's clear as day.
Point of order, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, you know, and he read, what he read is shall not be liable to criminal prosecution under this act. And what sense he says you should surpass your teacher, show us A, B, or C created as offenses under this act. They do not exist under this act. If he would like to know why it was withdrawn, he ought to have listened to the presser. It is very clear that the migrant will still be liable to punishment under other statutes.
The chair recognizes the honourable member.
Thank you,
for
Mr.
Long
Chairman.
Island.
Mr. Chairman, I'm not going to have a lot of my time eating, but I think the average Bahamian who is in grade 6 and could read, can clearly read that the bill extends immunity. This bill is what we are debating. This is what we are debating today. No other bill, no other law. This bill that we are debating today speaks to immunity from prosecution for smuggled migrants. And you withdrew that section from this bill. There's no other bill being debated today. Just this bill. That's it. That's a fact. And the reasons I read to you. I read you the reasons. And that is why you withdrew it. Mr. Deputy, or Mr. Chairman, Section 11 of the bill explicitly granted a smuggled migrant that they should not be liable to criminal prosecution under this law for illegal entry or having fraudulent documents or stay. Before they removed it this morning without notice, that treated those violations as merely a direct consequence of being smuggled. So you could participate, you could pay to get the boat ride over, but no worries. This wasn't going to cover you. You were exempted. Immune. Immune, Mr. Deputy, or Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, let me be clear. Everybody knows that smuggled migrants are not the same as traffic victims, or war refugees, or even persons misled about their situation. In plain language, if you arrived illegally via a smuggler, this new law, without this morning's sudden amendment, would have charged you, or would have not charged you for illegal entry. That's what it says. That's right here. It gave you immunity. If you were the person smuggled, then you got immunity.
The chair recognizes the honourable member for Freetown.
Mr. Chairman,
The chair recognizes the member for Freetown.
Mr. Chairman, the point of order, Mr. Chairman, is not clarity, is it's being deceptive and dishonest. And what is worse, the member knows better. He knows better. A layman will know that without prejudice and you're only being supposedly exempted from under this act, it's very clear that you could be prosecuted under other provisions of other acts. He is being dishonest, and that is my assertion.
Mr. Chairman,
because he knows
The chair recognizes the member.
I will not have the member for Freetown infringe upon my privilege. He's talking foolishness. Say it outside the House. He's talking foolishness. In fact, this section right here, Section 11, clearly says, and it ends by saying, where such an act is a direct consequence of the smuggling of the migrant alleged to have been committed or found to have been committed by a court, and the migrant is a victim of the criminal conduct prohibited under this part. So we're only speaking about this bill. This is all we're debating in here today. You withdrew Section 7. You withdrew Section 7. Illegal, what is illegal entry? Isn't illegal entry the same as illegal landing? This says illegal entry. So if you come into this country, that's not illegal landing? Really? Come on, man. Come on, I expect you to do better than that. I expect better than that. Do better than that. Anyhow, Mr. Chairman, in plain language, if you arrived here illegally via a smuggler, this new law, without this morning's amendment, would not have charged you for illegal entry. It says it right here. See it right here? Illegal entry is one of the exempted items. Illegal entry into the receiving country or transit country. Right here in the bill. Right here. I never said illegal landing. Illegal entry, which is the same thing. Legal entry. Notwithstanding the fact, Mr. Deputy, or Mr. Chairman, that the immigrant may have paid for the trip, notwithstanding the fact that this could be the second or the third or the 10th time the same person would have been caught trying to sneak in, having paid yet another smuggler. This section, had it remained, would have given them immunity. Now, I have some other concerns, Mr. Chairman. Before bringing this bill, why didn't the government hold town meetings across the islands? Invite the public, immigration officers, fishermen, church leaders, educators, and community groups into the drafting process. Introduce a national, we haven't heard of a national immigration policy, at least where both sides could discuss it and agree on this immigration policy so that when one side goes out, the next one could just carry on this policy agreed by both parties. Why didn't they publish any possible impact assessment on schools and clinics and NIB and housing and policing, or consider any amendments rather than just calling the Bahamian public, those who objected or had problems with the bill, misinformed? One of the fears I've heard, Mr. Deputy, with respect to this bill has to do with Bahamians Bahamians did not imagine these fears, or could not imagine these fears out of thin air, Mr. Chairman. They read the bill, many of them discuss the bill, but if you read Part 3, which guarantees smuggled migrants urgent medical care, protection from violence, shelter, clothing, food, interpretation, documentation, access to consular officials, and in the case of children, access to education, many Bahamians have concerns. They have concerns. That's just a fact. They see strong, explicit language detailing migrant protections, and many ask, how is this going to be paid for? How will this impact our society, our communities? Another Bahamians express, Mr. Chairman, is that the Bahamas is becoming a processing hub under foreign pressure. So the immediate optics and the public perception are that the Bahamas is being asked to shoulder more obligations without receiving more support. Many are asking, are we strengthening our borders, or are we strengthening our role as a regional processing site? Bahamians fear becoming a holding area, buffer zone, a first-stop processing center for the region's migration crisis. So under parts 3 and 6, the bill commits the Bahamas to providing medical care, education, documentation, rehabilitation, legal aid, translation services, guaranteeing consular engagement, protect against refoulement. But has the government budgeted for all of this? Has the government budgeted for all of this? You can't break the law, pay to sneak in here, and then get all the benefits. Mr. Chairman, we have difficulties today properly operating and running the detention center, the refugee unit, the immigration enforcement unit, and yet today they want to pass a bill that quadruples obligations without strengthening capacity. Mr. Chairman, can you imagine the message that that sends to many Bahamians? And this is why you see some of the pushback out there. Another fear, Mr. Deputy, is that the bill, when you look at section 14, which states that anyone accused of smuggling is presumed to know that the entry was illegal unless they prove otherwise on the balance of probabilities, right? So you have that's almost a reversal of the presumption of innocence under Article 20 of the Constitution. So, for example, let's say a fisherman starts towing a vessel he believes to be disabled. Should he now prove that he did not know the passenger's immigration status? This section should be rewritten in line with the Constitution. That's section 14. Another fear Bahamians express, Mr. Deputy, is that too much power is in the hands of the minister. So you look at parts 4 and part 6. Mr. Chairman, Bahamians don't trust any government, whether it's PLP or FNM, with unchecked power. This is not partisanship, this is wisdom. But the bill grants the minister sweeping authority to issue orders, set guidelines, coordinate international cooperation, designate authorities, authorize extraterrestrial enforcement actions, to validate or invalidate identity documents, and to grant temporary residence permits. And there's some concern about oversight mechanisms, checks and balances. Some view it as extraordinary political power. Bahamians have a right to fear politicization. They have a right to fear too much power being concentrated in a particular minister. Mr. Chairman, another fear that's been expressed is that the bill has been rushed with not adequate consultation. So you think about Eyewitness News that recently conducted a public poll asking whether the government should pause and consult the Bahamian people before moving forward. If thousands of Bahamians feel unheard, if the government must hold press conferences to explain the bill after the backlash, if the public feels blindsided by sweeping international law-style piece of legislation, then the House must accept a hard truth. the rollout was a failure, the consultation was inadequate, and the people feel excluded. The bill was tabled in October, and I don't think any of us in here can realistically point to any occasion where we heard that there was any public consultation throughout this country. So the backlash that we saw, the protests that we saw, the commentary online that we saw are a direct consequence of a government that drafted a sweeping bill without proper explanation, without pre-consultation, without regional context, and without safeguards. We have no issue working with allies to fight illegal immigration, but any law must be shaped by the Bahamian reality, with Bahamian input, and not rushed through as an out-of-town favor. The lack of consultation breeds suspicion among the public, and that because of that, many people believe that this is less about protecting the Bahamas and more about making us a holding pen so others are protected. That is a concern that people speak to. Mr. Deputy, or Mr. Chairman, I want to now turn my attention to my constituency. Mr. Chairman, we have a couple of issues in my constituency that I want to address, and they concern infrastructure. I got a note here earlier today from one of my constituents speaking to the state of affairs and what we need to do on the ground. A few things. Mr. Chairman, firstly, as it relates to the roads, we're grateful that road works are being done, but we don't know if the contractor has been fully mobilized or he's gotten his stage payments or what. But what is happening is you have sections of the road being scarified and ripped up. And rather than paving that particular section and moving to another one, and all of these sections are being ripped up. And persons are complaining about damage to their cars. In fact, I just recently had some damage to one of my mufflers, my vehicle's muffler. So persons are complaining that the roads are being dug up in all of these different places, but the roads aren't being paved in the spaces that have been scarified. So if we could have the paving done in some of these areas before other broad sections of the road are scarified, we would be grateful for that. We would appreciate that. Oh, that's just how bad it is. You're welcome to come. That's just how bad it is. Mr. Chairman, also, with respect to the Salt Pond dock, the island link can't get into that dock, and I've raised this issue in here before. The Island Link Services North Long Island goes into Sims and Salt Pond, and unfortunately, he's not been able to get into Salt Pond for months now due to the fact that the dock needs to be dredged. And so I'm calling upon the member for South and Central Eleuthera, or Central and Eleuthera, to assist with getting that dock at Salt Pond dredged so that the mail boat could get in there, to assist with seeing to it that his inspectors are on the ground in some way so we can get some section of the road paved before other areas are scarified. I also wish to raise the issue of the doctors and nurses' residence in Deadman's Key. Those places are owned by the government, and I believe that the doctor and the nurse are elsewhere. But Long Islanders have raised the concern that they're questioning why those residences are unused when both are owned by government and just sitting there not being utilized. If there's some renovation works to be done, I would invite the member for Tall Pines and the Department of Public Health to do those renovations, but I have not heard that there are any. If there are, I think we can't allow these spaces to just rot and fall to pieces. Also, Mr. Deputy, the street lighting from end to end in Long Island, there's some concerns expressed, particularly with the state of the roads, and there's some sections of the road, the main Kings Highway, that are poorly lit. And so we're hoping that we can get the BPL, and I invite the minister responsible as well to assist with seeing to it that some of these lights that are blown or replaced. And then in some sections, particularly, we have dangerous curves and corners, that these places would have light, bulbs, and so on restored at those locations or installed at those locations. Lastly, Mr. Deputy, I also received a note with respect to some of our kids on the island who are challenged, special education teachers. Now they're saying that in this note, and I'm going to get some clarification on this with respect to the assistance from charities and so on. But I certainly have been in this place for some time requesting some consideration for at least one special education teacher to be sent to Long Island. We have a lot of kids on the island who have special needs. They cannot keep up with the regular classes, and many of their parents are keeping them at home. I believe that I'm going to get clarification. I'll speak to this more on the next occasion. But any assistance that we can get from the Ministry of Education, I think there's some private thing being organized as well. However, I'll get more information on that. And when I come back to this place, I'll be able to speak on that. And so, Mr. Deputy, with those words, Long Island rests.
As many.
Mr. Chairman, I rise to close this debate. Mr. Deputy Speaker, what we've heard is a litany of persons seeking, I contend, to pander and stoke fears. What we continue to say to the members opposite is that indeed the Bahamas is watching and the world is watching. The world watched, Mr. Chairman, when after the change of government, narcotics interdiction in this country increased dramatically as the police and defense force became armed with resources to interdict the plane loads of cocaine and the boat loads of cocaine that by all accounts went uninterdicted before 2021. The world watched, Mr. Chairman, while these forces were equipped and manned. And indeed, the Cuban Border Patrol, the Regiment of the Turks and Caicos Islands, the U.S. Coast Guard, and U.S. Northern Command worked diligently with our men and women, and the world and the Bahamas is watching to see who has an objection to the creation of these 5 offenses that I went through quite clearly being created. And if they are men of their words, they should vote against us penalizing the smugglers of migrants. And we would trust that that happens so that the world can see where they stand, so Bahamians can see where they stand. We have an obligation, Mr. Deputy Speaker, having listened, to also educate, not just to simply seek to push hot-button issues. And I'll give you an example, Mr. Deputy Speaker.
Member Speakers.
Thank you, Honourable Member. You may proceed.
Madam Speaker, as I was saying, one seeks to press hot-button issues. One hot-button issue, of course, is that you're supposedly pandering to outside influences. as if that is something that a country must not take cognizant of. And yet, mention of the fact that our neighbors to the north have been complaining about how effective our laws are, and about the sheriffs who complain when the mixed shipment of Chinese and Ecuadorians are apprehended off the coast of Florida. What they do not say to the Bahamian public is that those migrants were promptly returned to the Bahamas, were processed through with our immigration department, including refugee screening, and were deported. And so when they speak about this increased expense, that overlooks the fact that these 14,000 migrants who were intercepted at sea coming in or being amalgamated to go north were all processed through our immigration system and deported. And so to say the Bahamian people want to know who's going to pay for this, we're already paying for it. The only difference, Madam Speaker, and they oppose it, because they're going to oppose the bill, is that the person who stands to make hundreds and thousands of dollars from the adventure will now be the subject of prosecution and now be subject to losing their assets to the confiscated asset fund, which is used to, in its turn, fund law enforcement and other areas. All of this already happens. And so this thing about magically now, we're doing something different or special, all this means is these approximately 15,000 persons who have been processed from 2021 to today were processed, deported, evaluated, deported if they needed medical treatment, like the gentleman who the complaint was at the detention center collapsed. They got medical treatment, and they were deported. So we already have the expense, Madam Speaker, and so this boogeyman, if this is going to be extra expense, they know it's not so, but yet they roll it out, trying to stoke fears. The only difference is now we can prosecute the people making the profits, and you can take their assets. The Commando Defense Force talked about a seizure, a pretty donzo boat, probably valued $300,000 to $350,000. If this had been the law at the time that that was seized, that would then be going into the confiscated asset fund. But they tell us, no, wait. We have these seizures every other week. But they say, wait. I've said it before, the reason they did nothing is because perfection is the enemy of progress. This protocol was signed by the Commonwealth of the Bahamas for edification on the 8th of April 2001. It was then assented to finally by us in Ascension 2008. Both instances, under their watch it was signed, and under their watch it was fined, and then they did nothing. And Madam Speaker, we have the process of this bill. After having signed it and assented it, she did nothing.
The chair recognizes the honorable member for St.
The
Helens.
good member for Freetown is attempting to tell the public that the Free National Movement, as a party that's been in government, did nothing with respect to the smuggling of migrant situation in the country. Yet he acknowledges that it was in 2001, which was an F&M administration, that the protocol was signed. So the F&M brought this to the shores here. What the people have a major issue with, and what Freetown labored with Long Island over, is Section 11. And as he's closing up, he can clarify, and if I can just have a little indulgence. his argument to Long Island was that the bill, Section 11, gave immunity, but it didn't really give immunity because it didn't create any offenses. It didn't create any offenses. So if the bill, and that's what the immunity is applied to, if the bill didn't create any offenses, why put an immunity in there? Does the government not realize that passing legislation that goes out to the world, Madam Speaker, remember, the world is watching, and says that we've just passed legislation that has immunity in it, that's a green light to migrants to come to the country. That's a green light to migrants to be smuggled to the country because the administration is advertising that there would be immunity. Why else have it in the bill? Why else have it in the bill? And Long Island's other point was that Section 35(2) of the bill says that that bill, the Smuggling of Migrants bill, supersedes, takes superiority, priority over any other legislation. So where those offenses may have existed, that immunity would have applied to those other bits of legislation. And that's why you guys took it away. You put it in there for a green light for migrants, and you took it away because the people caught you doing wrong. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Speaker, as I say, the other side just does it over and over. The point that was made was that they signed onto the protocol in 2001. They finally assented to it in 2008. Their administration then did nothing to domesticate it. But what they did do by signing and then moving to ascension is they did agree to do everything the protocol said needed to be done. They can't even say that, look, you know, we agreed with all of this, but you agreed with it, but that's it. And so he can know. Article 5, Clause 5 of the protocol says that when you domesticate the protocol, you cannot create any criminal offenses for the migrants. That's what they signed in 2001. And to be quite clear, they then assented it in 2008. And Madam Speaker, having signed it, you know, you don't have to take the next step. And so, Madam Speaker, the reality of it is, because if it comes to that, the reality of it is, we say they signed this years ago. And then they say they know the terms of it. And the terms of it is when you are criminalizing getting extraterritorial jurisdiction, because people have a right of freedom of navigation through 180 or 1,000 square miles of seas, these are the terms you agree to, because in the community of nations, there must be free passage, and you can't mess with people, and we agree the basis on which you can get extraterritorial jurisdiction. They did that. They agreed that you cannot criminalize migrants. They agreed with it twice. They agreed, when you read the protocol, and the Bahamian people can go online and read it, that you have to put some things in your legislation, even if it exists elsewhere. So when they say, well, why put it? They agreed to this. This is why I sat here in disbelief, and sheer disbelief, because I assume, Madam Speaker, that in preparation, that they would read the underlying material. And since they want me to go through it again, I went through it at length this morning, so I don't intend to do it again. There are only a number of offenses created by Section 5, 6, 7, 8, and 9. The offenses are 1, smuggling of migrants, under 5. The next offense, under 6, is organizing or directing another person to commit the offense of smuggling a migrant, or aiding and abetting another person in smuggling a migrant. The third offense is enabling an illegal stay of a smuggled migrant. The fourth offense is harboring or attempting to harbor a smuggled migrant. And the last offense is abetment or criminal conspiracy in harboring or attempting to harbor a smuggled migrant. A migrant can't commit any of those offenses under the Act. In purported compliance with Clause 5, which they agreed, the immunity clause was drafted, and it says, without prejudice to your ability to charge the migrant with anything else, he is not liable to criminal prosecution under this Act, because the Protocol Clause 5 said that had to be the case. Now, as a fact, no offense under this Act can be committed by migrants. So when you have the public whipped up, we did the very sensible thing, made an assessment. Does removing it offend Clause 5? The answer is no, because there's no offense that the migrant can commit, and that's why it was done. And so it's just very simple as that. And the very sad thing is, they know better. But for political expediency, they seek to whip up the public. They say, well, they're competing to remain the official opposition, and the other fella, Central Grand Bahama, had more people out with him than they had out with them, and so in the contest, they run in second, a distant second at that, and then, no, second, government lockup, they're competing for opposition. Yes. Madam Chair, Madam Speaker, the other hot-button issue, and I will end with this because of the hour, the other hot-button issue they like to push, Madam Speaker, is the other issue, hot-button issue they like to push, Madam Speaker, is all of the power given to the minister. And Madam Speaker, surprisingly, I thought Cat Island, Rumpke, and San Salvador, I thought it's who got the most votes. I thought it was who. Well, my brother, keep it in all the polling divisions and the people in the constituencies. We will be happy. But, Madam Speaker, you know, listening to them, I thought suddenly, as the minister, I was getting a whole lot of new powers, Madam Speaker. But you know what was my disappointment? When I read Section 22 that gives me supposedly all these new powers, I discovered, wow, I do this already anyway. And so when it says you develop a national plan of action, in Honlia, we do that anyway. Honlia is the meeting I chair, made up of the Defense Force, the Police Force, Corrections, Customs, Immigration, and the National Intelligence Agency. So that's not new. I suppose it's just as well, because I don't need any new work coming into 26. And then you move on, and it talks about establishing periodic review. That's what my ministry does already. And facilitating interagency and multidisciplinary cooperation between government agencies. That's what the member for Cat Island, Rumpke, and San Salvador directed me to do when he recommended me taking this position. When he talks about facilitating cooperation with relevant states of origin, transit, and destinations, in particular border control agencies of relevant states, we do that already. Disseminate information, materials, all of this stuff is already managed, but because the protocol says you have to assign somebody to do it in your legislation, it is done. And so it is just amazing that a party who could have said, you're closing the circle, thank you very much, let's sit around, you're completing work that we've started, they've chosen not to do that. And so they've disavowed responsibility for this powerful piece of legislation that will permit us, when the Defense Force now intercepts these 400-odd target vessels, inbound here or outbound here for charges to be levied against the smuggler and for us to seize and confiscate those assets, which will be substantial. They are disavowing responsibility for that progress. But I have news for them. We've come a long way in 4 years, and as we will be telling the Bahamian public, there's more progress to come because we are building on the progress of increased interception of drugs, increased interception of migrants, and a strengthened security posture in this country. And so, Madam Speaker, they can't stop the progress. The only thing that they can do is complain and walk back from things that they know are right and just. And so, Madam Speaker, with that, I would ask that you put the question on the second reading of this bill.
Thank you, Honourable Member. It has been moved and seconded that the following bill be read a second time and committed. A bill for an act to strengthen border security and international cooperation, to prevent and combat migrant smuggling, to provide measures for the protection of smuggled migrants, to prescribe penalties for offenses of migrant smuggling, and for matters connected therewith. As many are in favor will remain seated. Those opposed will stand. Order that the bill be read a second time and committed.
A bill for an act to strengthen border security and international cooperation, to prevent and combat migrant smuggling, to provide measures for the protection of smuggled migrants, to prescribe penalties for offenses of migrant smuggling, and for matters connected therewith.
For the second reading?
Of the whole, with the member for North Abaco in the chair.
Thank you, Honourable Member. Is there a seconder? Thank you, Honourable Member. It has been moved and seconded that the House to now resolve itself into the Committee of the Whole with the Honourable Member for North Abaco in the chair. As many are in favor will remain seated. Those opposed will stand. The motion is carried. The House will now resolve itself into the Committee of the Whole with the Honourable Member for North Abaco in the chair.
But then after we get that, by Gavin, we run according.
I start with as many, right? I start with as many?
No, just committee.
Committee vote. Committee of the Whole. The chair recognizes the honourable member for Freetown.
The smuggling of migrant bill, I move that the the long title of the bill be agreed.
Second. It has been moved and seconded that the long title of the bill be agreed. As many are in favor will remain seated. Those opposed will stand. It has been accepted.
The long title is agreed.
The long title of the bill is agreed.
And I move that the short title clause 1 of the bill be agreed.
Second. It has been moved and seconded that the short title of the bill be agreed. As many are in favor will remain seated. Those opposed will stand. The short title is agreed.
And I move that clause 2 of the bill be agreed.
Second. It has been moved and seconded that clause 2 of the bill agreed. As many are in favor, the chair recognizes the member for Central and South Eleuthera.
Chairman, amendment to be made to clause 2 of the bill. Clause 2, subsection A, by the deletion of the reference subsection 1. Amendment to be made to subsection B in the definition of the term legal resident by the deletion of the words Chapter 191 of the Bahamas and by the substitution thereof of the words bracket CH 191 and subsection C of clause 2 by the insertion of the word or immediately after the term smuggling of migrants.
As many? As many are in favor of the amendment as read, will remain seated. Those opposed will stand. As read. The amendment is agreed as read. As many.
I now move, Mr. Chairman, that clauses 3 to 9 of the bill be agreed.
It has been moved and seconded that clauses 3 through 9 of the bill be agreed. As many are in favor will remain seated. Those opposed will stand. The clauses is agreed.
I now move
3 to
that
9.
clause 10 of the bill be agreed.
It has been moved. The chair recognizes the honorable member for Central and South Lucha.
Mr. Chair, I'd like to make amendment to Section 10 by the insertion immediately after the words number 4 of 2018 of a comma.
Is there a second? Second. It has been moved and seconded that clauses 10 be agreed as amended. As many are in favor will remain seated. Those opposed will stand. Clause 10 is agreed as amended.
I now move that clause 11 of the bill be agreed.
It has been moved and the chair recognizes the honorable member for Central and South Lucha.
Chairman, by the repeal of clause 11 and by the renumbering of clauses 12 to 37 as clauses 11 to 36.
Second. It has been moved and seconded that the clause 11 be amended. As many are in favor will remain seated. Those opposed stand. Clause 11 is agreed as amended.
I'll proceed, Mr. Chairman, according to the old numbering of the clauses, rather than the new numbering, simply because they'll appear as they do on the paper. The old clause 12, I move that the current clause 12 of the bill be agreed.
It has been moved and seconded that the new clause 12 of the bill be agreed. As many are in favor will remain seated. Those opposed will stand.
This will be 13 now. Yeah. Okay.
I now move that the original clause 13 of the bill be agreed.
The chair recognizes the honorable member for Central and South Andrews. South Lucha.
Yeah, we
Sorry.
follow it.
Yeah.
Mr. Chair, I'd like to make an amendment by the deletion of the words "in order"
The new numbers.
for clause 12.
It has been moved and seconded that clause 12 be amended. As many are in favor will remain seated. Those opposed will stand. Clause 12 is amended. Oh.
What happened I now move, Mr. Chairman, that the original clause 14, the new clause 13, be agreed.
The chair recognizes the honorable member for Central and South Lucha.
Mr. Chair, I want to make an amendment to clause 13 by the deletion of clause 13 and by the substitution thereof of the following. 13, subsection 13, proof of illegal entry, landing, or stay. A person charged with an offense under section 5 is presumed to know that the entry, landing, or stay of a smuggled migrant in the Bahamas or in another protocol state of which he is not a citizen or legal resident is illegal unless the person charged proves to the court on a balance of probabilities that he did not know and was not reckless to the fact that the entry, landing, or stay of the smuggled migrant was illegal. Hold on. About amendment of the part heading. Is that under this too? Amendment of part heading. Is that under this section? Or no? That's a heading there.
Yeah.
Also want to make amendment of a part heading. In the heading of part 3, by the deletion of the word victims and by the substitution thereof of the words smuggled migrants.
Do we have a second? It has been moved and seconded that Clause 13 of the bill be amended. As many are in favor, will remain seated. Those opposed will stand. The chair recognizes the honourable
Thank you,
member
Mr.
for
Chairman.
St. Anne's.
Just curious as to why the government is imposing such a low burden of proof on individuals that are otherwise charged with smuggling migrants into the country. It is a defense. It is a defense for someone charged with smuggling a migrant if the person charged proves to the court on a balance of probabilities that he did not know and was not reckless in the fact that the entry, landing, or stay of the smuggled migrant was illegal. So typically in the criminal courts, the burden of proof is beyond a reasonable doubt, but a defendant can walk free if he produces evidence on a balance of probabilities. And Mr. Chair, we've already identified that there is already an existing issue with the likelihood of successful prosecution due to the elements of this offense of smuggling, because it's going to be hard to prove that persons have obtained financial or material reward for the smuggling. And now we're giving a further defense of a simple balance of probabilities.
Chair.
The actual way that it works is generally the prosecution has to prove all elements of the offense beyond reasonable doubt. They have the burden of proof. Our Evidence Act permits the burden of proof to be reversed only in instances where something is peculiarly within the knowledge of the defendant. So like whether you have a license, whether you know what you know about the person. And when the accused person, when there's a burden of proving something imposed on the accused person, the standard of proof is on a balance of probability. That's reversed to the fact that when the burden of proof is only supposed to be on the prosecution, because you're supposed to be presumed innocent, and their standard of proof is beyond reasonable doubt. So this is where you have to prove an element does not exist, and the burden of proof is then on you, which is unusual, and so the standard of proof is on a balance of probability.
The chair recognizes the honourable.
Is it not possible as legislators to impose a higher burden, considering these are offenses that can detract 7 or 10 years in prison and $100,000 to $300,000 fines?
I think it's it the wrong way around. The prosecution has the burden of proving guilt. In this instance, this is imposing the burden of proving innocence on the accused, and the burden of proving innocence by showing that you didn't know this or you weren't reckless is on a balance of probability, which is high, considering that generally the accused has no burden of proving anything. So this is remarkable in that it's reversing the burden of proof, which is usually on the prosecution. Yes, and this only happens because we have no way of knowing what you know. And so you have that burden since it's something peculiarly that you have.
Yeah, Clause 13 of the bill as amended. Agreed as amended, sir.
I will now move that the old clause 15, the new clause 14, to the old clause 20, the new clause 19, sorry, the new clause 18 be agreed.
It has been moved and seconded that the old clause 15,
New clause 14.
to the new clause 15, 18 be agreed. As many are in favor, remain seated. Those opposed will stand. Motion is carried.
And I move, Mr. Deputy Speaker, that Mr. Chairman, that the new Section 19, the old Section 20 be agreed.
It has been moved. Do I get a second? The floor recognizes Central and South Beach.
Mr. Chair, I'd like to make an amendment to Old Clause 20, New Clause 19, and subsection A and subclause 4 by the insertion immediately after the words 2023 of the words in brackets SI number 93 of 2023, and in subsection B and subclause 5 by the insertion immediately after the words 2023 of the words in brackets SI number 93 of 2023.
Do I get a second? Second. It has been moved. All right, so it has been moved and seconded that clause 20 to 19 of the bill be amended, be agreed as amended. As many are in favor, will remain seated. Those opposed will stand. Clause is agreed as amended.
I now move that the new clause 24, the old clause 20, that the old clause 20, the old clause 21, the new clause 20, to the old clause 24, the new clause 23, be agreed. You want me to just start using the new clauses? All right.
It has been moved and seconded. There's too much clause. That clause 23 to 24, 21 to 24 be agreed. As many are in favor, remain seated. Those opposed will stand. Clause 21 to 24 is agreed.
That the old clause 25, the new clause 24, be agreed.
The chair recognizes the honourable member for
Mr.
Central
Chairman,
Assembly.
would like to make amendment to Old Clause 25, New Clause 24, subsection A and subclause 1I by the deletion of the words 26 and by the substitution, therefore, of the words 25, and subsection A2 by the deletion of the words 28 and by the substitution, therefore, of the words 27, and subsection B and subclause 2, 1 by the deletion of the words 26 and by the substitution, therefore, of the words 25, and subsection B2 by the deletion of the words 28 and by the substitution, therefore, of the words 27.
Do I get a second? It has been moved and seconded that the clause be agreed as amended. As many are in favor, will remain seated. Those opposed will stand. Clauses agreed as amended.
And I move that the old clause 26, the new clause 25 be agreed.
The chair recognizes the honourable member for Central and
Mr.
South
Chair,
Central.
would like to make an amendment to Old Clause 26, New Clause 25, in subclause 2 by the deletion of paragraph F and by the substitution, therefore, of the following. Subsection F, ensure that the security of the vessel or its cargo is not endangered.
Do I get a second? It has been moved and seconded that the clauses be agreed as amended. As many are in favor, will remain seated. Those opposed will stand. The clauses agreed as amended.
I now move that the old clause 27, the new clause 26 be agreed.
It has been moved and seconded that the clauses 27, 26 be agreed. As many are in favor, will remain seated. Those opposed stand. Clauses are agreed.
I now move that the old clause 28, the new clause 27 be agreed. Second.
The chair recognizes the honourable member for Central and South.
Mr. Chair, make amendment to Section 28, New Clause Section 27, by the deletion of the words 26 and by the substitution of the words 25.
Second.
It has been moved and seconded that the clauses be agreed as amended. As many are in favor, will remain seated. Those opposed will stand. The clause is agreed as amended.
I now move that the old clause 29, new clause 28 through to the old clause 37, new clause 36 be agreed.
It has been moved and seconded that the clauses be agreed. As many are in favor, will remain seated. Those opposed will stand. The clause Agreed.
I now move that the bill in its entirety be agreed.
It has been moved and seconded that the bill to its entirety be agreed. As many are in favor, remain seated. Those opposed will stand. The bill in its entirety is agreed.
I now move that the House do resume with the Speaker in the chair.
It has been moved and seconded that the Speaker of the House resume the chair. As many are in favor, remain seated. Those opposed will stand. Motion is carried. The Speaker will now take the chair. Take her chair. Madam Speaker, I beg leave to report that the Committee of the Whole has examined the bill and amendments, having made amendments thereto.
Honorable members, the Honorable Member for North Abaco and Chairman of the Committee of the Whole has reported that the committee has examined the bill, having made amendments thereto. Third reading and passing.
I now move for the third reading and passing of the Smuggling of Migrants Bill 2025.
Thank you, honorable members. It's been moved and seconded that the following bill be read a third time and passed. A bill for an act to strengthen border security and international cooperation to prevent and combat migrant smuggling, to provide measures for the protection of smuggled migrants, to prescribe penalties for offenses to migrant smuggling, and for matters connected therewith. As many are in favor will remain seated. Those opposed will stand. Order that the bill be read a third time and passed.
A bill for an act to strengthen border security and international cooperation to prevent and combat migrant smuggling, to provide measures for the protection of migrants, to prescribe penalties for offenses of migrant smuggling and for matters connected therewith.
Order that this bill do now pass and the title thereof declared to be Smuggling of Migrants Act 2025. Further third reading and passing of bills.
The third readings.
Order that the clerk to take the bill passed by this honorable House today to the honorable Senate for their concurrence. We will now revert back to the order of business. Consideration of Senate amendments, resolutions, member statements, appointment of select committees, instruction of select committee, discharge of select committees, notices for future meetings. The chair recognizes the honorable member for Freetown.
I renew all notices in the name of the government.
Thank you, honorable member. Sinance?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I renew all notices in the name of the opposition, Madam Speaker, and by my calculation, we should have some excitement on Wednesday. Is that correct? Coming back tomorrow, but not on Wednesday? And we'll have
We coming
excitement.
back tomorrow?
We'll have excitement on Wednesday?
Man, stop.
I would encourage them that we could come back tomorrow and be very short. It is the
Okay.
resolution on Rock Point, which is simply to redirect the road away from the pond that floods. That's by West Bay Street, coming up after Sun Fund when you make the turn to go to Sapadilla. So we can be very short then. And I would encourage, yeah, I would say this, and let me be bold, Madam Speaker, and I hope they don't take it as a threat. But if we go long that night, we'll suspend to Wednesday and finish on Wednesday, and then go to lunch, which is the last, third Wednesday is the last day.
Okay. No problem. Thank you, Honorable Member. Adjournment? Go ahead.
Notices in the name of the opposition.
Yeah,
We
you
have,
said that.
we're back on Wednesday. That's the second Wednesday of the month.
Yeah?
So we'll be honoring question time, 30 minutes.
You can ask questions for 30 minutes.
Excuse me?
You can ask
Madam
questions
Speaker,
for 30
it's your
minutes.
house. Sorry, I shouldn't have
No.
spoken
You
directly.
want to collab? I'll go on the instructions.
Well, the rules say we honor question time, so we will be.
The rules say a lot of things. You honor it.
Yes.
Okay.
Madam Speaker?
Okay. All right there. I agree. Once the two
We're
sides
not bad.
say the governing
Well-
side say they're willing to answer and you're willing to ask,
But,
I have no objections to it. Okay?
Madam Speaker, this Sunday in Advent was the Sunday of hope. This Sunday just passed was the Sunday of hope in Advent. He should focus on hope. And I would, if you're calling for the adjournment, Madam Speaker,
Yes.
I would be moving that the House on its rising to adjourn to Tuesday, the 9th of December at 3 p.m.
At 3 p.m.
Attorney Darrell Taylor with WhatsApp
What?
Stop that. Huh.
What?
This phone feel like me. Want to go home?
I have to learn how to disable that.
Thank you. Is there a seconder? Thank you, honorable members. It has been.
Do we already have, I think we already do the resolution.
Yes.
To be debated tomorrow and has a plan attached?
Yes.
It has been moved and seconded that the House at its rising do adjourn to Tuesday, 9th of December, 2025 at 3 p.m. As many are in favor will remain seated. Those opposed will stand. The motion is carried. Final adjournment?
The House to adjourn to Tuesday, the 9th of December at 3 p.m.
Thank you, honorable member. Is there a seconder? Thank you, honorable members. It has been moved and seconded that the House now stands adjourned to Tuesday, 9th of December, 2025 at 10 a.m. At 3 p.m., sorry, at 3 p.m. Thank you. So you